What is up, everybody? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Happy Saturday. Sorry we're starting this a little bit late. But geez. Oh, saddle up. Cheers. Let's do some shots. Fuck it. Oh my God, you guys. Johnny. Let's just say I about hit the floor when I heard this shit. Well, I can definitely tell you that Peter Erblin watches my channel. So hey there, Peter, Mr. Erblin. I got nothing but respect for Mr. Erblin. Wait till you guys hear some of this stuff. Okay. Wow. I feel bad. I pushed this back, so people are waiting for those notifications. So let me share this. I just looked down. I had a ton of messages. Let's see. Let me share this. Okay, here we go. Oh, sweet. Okay, just put it there. Is it got the? It's at the bottom. Okay, thank you. Lana withdrawals, yeah. Let's let all the members know that it's Drake time. Turn it up for Drake. I did not listen to Jennifer's testimony. I wanted to be raw. I listened to everything up and until Jennifer's testimony. And I said, no, I'm going to do Jennifer live with all of you guys. So I have no idea what Jennifer says in this proceeding. I do, however, know what Detective Van Leuven says in this proceeding. Detective Van Leuven, who's the main, like the lead investigator, right? He's like the pain. Okay. He testifies very interestingly. But basically he puts it on the Boundary County prosecutor's office saying that, hey, we're ready to go arrest Dan Moore right now. So I don't know what y'all are waiting. Like we're not waiting on anybody. We're waiting on the prosecutor to say, go get him. He's our man 1,000%. And yeah, so he's a little bit under the weather here testifying, allegedly, according to him. Let's see what else I wanted to say. Peter Erblin has Detective Van Leuven testifying to the ME's report. You can't make this shit up. Peter Erblin also then gives me a shout out during the proceeding. And I'm here to set and correct the record, though, Mr. Erblin. I've never once said on my show that I've been highly critical of Idaho State Police Department. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Have I been highly critical of the Idaho State Police Department when it's come to this investigation? And I've showed the receipts as to why. And the majority of 55,000 people agree with me, which is like 30 times the amount of people that live in Bonners Ferry, Boundary County, whatever. I think there's like 4,000 people that live in Bonners Ferry, but then if you go like the whole county, it may be 10. But Peter Erblin thinks that I've said on my channel that ISP did not bag and tag Brian Drake's hands. And I've never said that. In fact, what I've said is that at the autopsy, there is not a picture of Brian Drake's hands. Like, I want to see his hands. I want to see his fingernails up close. I want to see the back of his palms. I want to see, I've never, ever once said, because he said, and I know that this person will never like admit it or say they're sorry or something like that. And it's like, I have nothing to be sorry for because I never have ever claimed that the Idaho State Police did not bag Brian Drake's hands. Okay. I said that the Idaho State Police, whoever was taking pictures at the autopsy, they did not take pictures of Brian Drake's hands. Okay. And there's reasons that I said it. And the purpose is very simple. The ME finds that there's dirt underneath Brian Drake's fingernails. Like, enough that it's like she mentions it like that he's got dirty ass nails. And I find that hard to believe that somebody would have dirty ass nails, who's a chiropractor, who's working with people with their hands, right? And constantly washing them with that deep blue, whatever the hell they use. And that he's got under both hands and their fingernails. So Idaho State Police, please show me where you've taken pictures of Brian Drake's hands. Up close, his hands. But yeah, Peter Erblin. So I have to set the record straight there. Never once have I ever said that Idaho State Police didn't bag his hands. I said that they didn't take pictures of his hands, which is so different. Why would I care? I mean, it's, yeah, you bag someone's hands to preserve evidence, no doubt about it. But that's never, I've never said that. I've never thought that because I wanted to see his hands. I was looking for pictures of his hands. So crazy. All right, here you guys go. This is wild. Again, Detective Van Leuven takes the stand, and how I've done this here is I'm using my device. I'm using two devices, and I'm going to show what they showed. They showed I've showed it before. They've taken the camera, the camera that goes around the outside, and then they've taken the camera that was inside. Okay. And I thought it was really respectful. The children, whether they were minors, whether they were not minors, they were not in there for any of the pictures that had to do with the autopsy pictures, or Brian in his office. As a mom, that's something that I would have done as well. So, kudos to Jen for making that executive decision. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if one of her kids may have been like, well, I'm going to be in there. I don't care. Or if they just said, okay, Mom, we won't be in there. But from statements that were made in court, it was like, hey, hang on a second. We're going to bring the Drake, children in. So I don't think that anybody should have to see their dad like that. I don't think that anybody should have to see their husband like that. It's really sad, But the testimony that you're about to hear from out of Van Leuven's mouth, holy fucking shit. I about died. Again, I have no idea what Jen's going to say. Because when she messed up at the beginning of when she was married to her anniversary, I shut it off and I said, I got to do this live. So the only thing I do know, I take that back, is I do know that Jen said how long her and Brian had been married and that their wedding anniversary, she's like, it was September. She's like, oh, I mean June. And I'm thinking, how the fuck are you messing that up? She's like, September 12th, June. So I don't know. That looks kind of weird. But here we go. I will show video kind of when they're talking so that people know what's up, but
parties and associated parties to the criminal trial or even the issue of civil liability, and I don't believe either of those are at issue today.
So let me know if you can hear this. Let me see. So the defense Dan Moore's team, they lodged an objection over these exhibits being displayed because they were overly prejudicial and just like not for the purpose of like it's just it doesn't they're not relevant for what we're doing here today, is more or less.
As well as exhibit.
So here.
The defendant prohibited. First and foremost, I would just like to remind everyone that other than the explicitly allowed parties that I have that presented orders and I have granted, allowing them to film at this time, no one else is allowed to film or record these proceedings. Any person is allowed to request an audio recording of the proceeding from the clerk's office, and that is available to the public. However, actual recording at this time is prohibited, and that includes via Zoom. If I find that a party is violating this.
For the record, okay, we weren't in yet. Okay, it was not written up in no order. Okay, so this portion of it, we were in the waiting room. We didn't hear anything like this, and it was done strategically, if you ask my opinion. Okay, but this was not publicly put out there. Once I, like anybody else would see, once there's a Zoom link, okay, and then you're what? Like, so we were not in there at this time, and we had no idea that she was saying that you could not Zoom and do it live. Okay. In fact, they should have strongly thought about that, seeing that Jennifer Drake posted on her 1,300 page Facebook page to straight up strangers in there, giving out the Zoom link. Okay. So
At this time, you will either be removed from Zoom or from the courtroom. Thank you for respecting that, and thank you for respecting the parties in this case. We will now start on the case. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the objection filed by the defendants in this matter regarding the exhibits. I did get the briefing filed on that objection and the response filed by the plaintiffs. And Mr. Duggan, that is your motion, if you'd like to present any additional argument regarding that.
okay, so this is Mr. Matt Duggan. He's about to talk. This is one of the two attorneys for Dr. Moore. Matt Duggan. And then, so this is what he has to say. They lodged objections. There were 25 exhibits. And real quick, the 911 call was number 1, demonstrative poster board number 2, demonstrative poster board number 2, exhibit 3. Exhibit 4 was Brian deceased, image 95. Number 5 is Brian deceased, photo of number 123. Number 6 is the video of the crime scene. Number 7 is the photo of the video interior window, 115. Photo window interior, image 271. Exhibit 9 is the photo of the desk next to the window, 122. I mean, we've seen all of these. Number 11, photo of Drake office and coffee shop. Number 12 is Drake family photo in the office. Number 13 is the entire autopsy report, pages 1 through 14, even though Sally Ann Aiken is not there. Mind blowing. Somebody's going to talk about somebody's autopsy report that's not an ME, and it's not their report. Number 14 is photo of Brian's autopsy that Snell took, that was picture 6. Picture 5, or exhibit 15 is the photo entrance wound and the autopsy of Brian Drake, which is photo 26 of the autopsy. Number 16 exhibit, photo of bullet autopsy. Number 17 for exhibits is demonstrative poster board and photo of surveillance videos. Again, we've seen those. And number 18 is the PowerPoint of video surveillance security cameras. I will display that. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that before. Number 9 exhibit is clip number 17 of More Confession. Number 20 is clip number 8 of More Confession. 21 is clip number 12 of More Confession. Exhibit 22 is clip number 12. I think that's a typo, of More Confession. Or there's just a different timestamp. Clip number 13 is of More Confession. Exhibit 24 is the report from the expert witness for his economic losses. There's an exhibit sheet. And then exhibit 25 is Brian Drake funeral expenses. Brian Drake's funeral expenses were listed at such a weird number here, $6,655. Literally almost 666. Wow, isn't that crazy? Based on this Endrick West dude, he totaled it up that it was like $490,000 per person. And then if you times that by 3, you could get, so it could be like $500,000 per person. So Jennifer plus the 4 kids. So do your math, you got $2.5 million. And you can go up to 3 times as much for punitive. All right. So again, do the math. And when I said that Jennifer Drake's looking to make $10 million, it's exactly if it was a clean sweep. And Judge Jensen wants to say, okay, yep, each kid's getting $500,000. And then punitive, they're going to get, whatever it would be then, 3 times as much added on. Okay, so here we go. So now here's the defense knew about this whole list for a long time, right? So if you're going to have objections, you better have good ones, right?
Your Honor, and as a preliminary matter, we are stipulating to exhibit number 12, which is the family photo, as well as exhibits 24 and 25. I don't have much to add to my written materials. I would just say that the narrow focus of this hearing is simply for the court to determine an amount of damages. And so I think it's easy to get on a slippery slope of getting into the criminal trial or even the issue of civil liability. And I don't believe either of those are at issue today. So with that, I would rest on my briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Mr. Leuven.
As we pointed out in our response, this is a discretionary decision by the court. It is the plaintiff's position that the court has not heard the actual evidence, although there's been admission in the pleadings. The court hasn't actually heard the evidence on punitive damages, and there's a requirement that
the court hasn't heard the evidence on anything. Yes, the court hasn't heard the evidence on the punitive damages. The court hasn't heard the evidence, though, on anything. Okay?
Court, before the court could order punitive damages, that it be clear and convincing, and the pleading itself is not evidence. It also, as we pointed out, the state...
A pleading itself is not evidence. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Erblin. It is not evidence. Pleadings, there's not evidence.
The mind of Daniel Moore is important for the court to determine whether or not the extent of civil culpability, and also the effect on Jennifer Moore herself on the claim of intentional infliction of emotional distress. So those are mental states that cannot be projected on a piece of paper or a pleading, but can be provided to the court through live testimony and exhibits.
Thank you. Counsel, thank you for your argument and your briefing. I do think you did.
I would have been asked to be heard again if I was, what's his name? Matt Duggan. He just sits there and doesn't say anything after what Peter Erblin just says there. But that's par for the course.
Good job of laying out your position and the reasoning and the law behind both sides. In looking at these, I would note that the defendants have objected to Exhibit 1, Exhibits 4 through 11. The objection to Exhibit 12 is withdrawn. Exhibits 13 through 16, Exhibit 18, and Exhibits 19 through 23. I have reviewed those exhibits, the arguments for and against. And as Mr. Erblin stated, this is a matter in the court's discretion. And I do find, first of all, that those exhibits do have relevance in determining the facts at issue today, which is damages, and specifically, or not only, but in large part, the issue of punitive damages. I also find that they are relevant to the determination of intentional infliction of emotional distress and the mindset of the parties involved. So I do find that they are relevant, and I find that their program value outweighs any prejudice at this time. So I am going to overrule.
He argued prejudice. How about fucking admissibility? How about we can't have the autopsy being introduced when the person that's going to testify to it isn't the person that produced it? How about, I mean, let's see how these objections are raised. Also, these surveillance cameras. Well, let me tell you why the surveillance cameras are in. Because Matt and Dana thought it was a great idea to stipulate to the fucking surveillance cameras being in without having to be authenticated. Are you out of your fucking mind? You don't, why would, just absurd. 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 And then the person that actually collected the surveillance camera, you're going to get your happy ass in here and we're going to talk about that. Okay? Sorry, but when there's something on the line that's, we're talking millions of dollars, like who cares, right? I mean, just ridiculous.
The objection, and at this time I will allow the exhibits to come in pursuant to any other objections or foundational issues that can be addressed as we proceed. And as counsel, Mr. Duggan, I suppose, do you want a standing objection at this point or just address it as they come up?
We'll take a standing objection, Your Honor.
So noted. Thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
Well, so he lodges his standing objection, but I have the brief, okay? And nowhere in his brief to the autopsy, which is number 13, can I find that it says I'm objecting to the admissibility due to the fact that this is Sally Ann Aiken's autopsy report, and she is not listed on the witness list. Okay? Like, so his standing objection it goes to what he put in his brief, his motion. And his motion, I'm telling you, I'll do it afterwards. I'll show you that this is what he was objecting to.
Again, Mr. Erblin.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Duggan.
No, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Erblin, you may begin.
Your Honor, on March 12th, 2020, at approximately 7:29 p.m.
Okay, so this is Peter Erblin's opening statements, I'm assuming.
Jennifer Drake made an emergency 911 phone call.
I would have objected right there to saying 729. Okay, that is not able to be authenticated at all. Okay, it's not on her phone records that she called it 729. he's about to play a portion of the 911 call.
Exhibit 1.
Oh, that's right. They have issues, I think, here. Coming in like a hot toddy. Aww. It's not playing.
We take a break and see if we can rectify these problems.
Peter Irwin has to rectify his problems. So then they come back on the record because, like I just said, they had some issues getting that shit to work. Let's see. So
We are back on the record in CVO 9-21-0402. Mr. Irwin.
As I noted on March 12, 2020, at approximately 7:29 p.m., Jennifer Drake made an emergency 911 telephone call.
Okay, I understand. And I couldn't understand what you said. Can you say the address again? 6811 South Main Street, Suite B. It's a three-car because not by a house. Okay, and what city is that in? Open Monastery, Idaho. Okay. Okay, you've reached our attorney, so I've got to get you over to. Okay, so bear with me for just 1 second. What's going on there? I don't know what we're doing. He was fine, and all of a sudden he yelled and said, "Carl!" He goes, "Oh my gosh, I think I was just shot. Somebody just shot through the window into my side, and then all of a sudden he dropped the phone, and he wouldn't answer. Okay. Hold on, just a second, okay? Hold on.
okay, so notice how he starts this off by the 911 call that is supposed to be the beginning of after it was already transferred from Kootenai County. So he doesn't start with the Kootenai County one. Right there, I'm objecting. Why are we starting it from here? Like, so you're admitting there is no there is a 911 call that somehow was recorded, but it's not with Kootenai County. There's no record of it ever existing. It's like someone recorded it and then handed it off. It's fucking crazy. But I have no idea. But all I can tell you is, for this purpose in this hearing, they play the Bonner County one, and then it gets transferred to Boundary County. And I'm just like, ridiculous. That would never fly in a criminal case. It shouldn't fly here. Okay, so I just fast forwarded. We've heard it so many times. He just calls Detective Van Leuven to the stand. His first witness, Detective Van Leuven. Okay. So here we go.
Are you ready?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, as far as the penalty of perjury.
Can you please have a seat up here?
Okay, so numerous times when I've talked to Matt, it was, you know, I don't know if we're going to be able to get any of that stuff in. Like, that's going to be so far outside the scope. I'm like, what are you talking about outside the scope? I'm like, what do you think Van Leuven's going to be testifying to? His fucking thumb? Like, what are you talking about? I was like, do you not know this case at all? My cross-examination of Detective Van Leuven is, first of all, you have to hear what he actually says on direct examination, but here's pretty much what you should be expecting, and then you're going to use your fucking notebook to sit there and hear some bombs that he tries to say, and you're just going to be like, holy shit, where the fuck did this come from? And so, but here we go. This is Detective Van Leuven's direct examination, the lead investigator.
And Detective Mr. Erblin will ask you some questions, followed by defense, Mr. Erblin, and so on. If you don't understand a question, please just ask them to restate. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Would you state your full name, please?
Michael Andrew Van Leuven.
I understand you might be a little bit under the weather.
I am.
We'll try and not keep you all day long. What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective sergeant with the Idaho State Police Investigations Division for District 1, which is the 5 northern counties of Idaho.
Could you please summarize for us your professional background?
I started working for the Idaho State Police in 2001 as a trooper and was promoted to detective in 2006. I worked as a detective working major drug distribution cases, as well as what we call general crimes, which mostly means to us officer-involved shootings, homicides, and other conflict cases that the counties may have that they don't want to investigate themselves or can't. I was promoted to sergeant again in 2016, and I have been the general crimes sergeant since then. So the general crimes team does homicides and officer-involved shootings.
And were you one of the detectives in the investigation of this homicide?
I was.
What was your role?
As a sergeant, we generally assign people to be case agents. Occasionally, we will take a case ourselves. In this case, I chose to keep this case as one of mine and decided to be the case agent for this case. So my team assisted me in investigating this one.
Is it fair to say that you were the lead detective on this case?
Yes.
When did you first?
Okay, right there, a whisper happens. And this whisper voice happens, and it says, should we tell the judge? Are you going to tell Matt and Dana? You hear them whispering.
Learn of the death of Brian Gray.
Well, the homicide occurred, I believe, March 12th, 2020 in the evening, 7:30 approximately p.m. The city and the county, the city of Bonners Ferry and the county of Boundary responded and conducted the initial investigation. And then after some period of time went by, they asked for our assistance, which is not unusual.
First of all, none of that's correct. Idaho State was called. The murder, he says, happened at 7:26 p.m. Idaho State Police were called by 9:30 p.m. So when he wants to say some time went by, are we talking like? And he's gonna say, so we arrive at 9 a.m. the next day.
Given the nature of the case, I was notified by my dispatch or by my lieutenant that we had a homicide investigation to conduct. So then I would have contacted my team to respond. We would have responded the next morning.
I want to show you.
My first question would be, why didn't you respond that night at 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night? You know what I mean? Like, why did you wait until 9 a.m. to respond to a homicide where you're like being called in, like they want to give you the case? It's not to assist the case, it's to have the case. And by the way, he's trying to sound way more important than he is. Detective Van Leuven was assigned this case from his person that's in charge of him. Okay. My dispatch let me know about the case, and I just kept the case. Okay. All right. Sounds good. God, I loved Jill's during the preliminary hearing. Jill's like, wait, so didn't you try to like go be a lawyer? Wait, didn't you try to go be in the military? Didn't cut it. And then you're like, okay, I guess I'll go be a cop. Okay.
An exhibit here, exhibit number 2. You see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Detective Van Leuven, what generally does this screen show us?
It depicts the the mid to southern part of Bonners Ferry, Idaho.
And
He's starting off the same way that I said if I was Peter Erblin, I would start off, which was the overview picture of Bonners Ferry, and it's the southern end of it. And so that you guys can see like where Moore's office was, where Drake's is, and 95, and then the side streets.
is that Main Street that goes through the center of that screen?
Yeah, I refer to it as US 95, but I think when it goes through town, they do call it Main Street.
Okay. Right. I'm going to move now to exhibit number 3. Exhibit number 3 is a closer view of some relevant location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So what I'm going to do is trying to mess things up here. I'm going to point out a few items here. So this is US 95. Is that correct? Where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then also
Objection leading.
there's a relevant portion here on Harrison Street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Daniel Moore's office is where I put
Objection testifying. A relevant portion, like what? What is this street right here called? That's how you would ask that, Peter. You know better.
the cursor. Is that correct?
Just to the south of that, yes, that building.
Okay. And then about 500 feet away is Brian Drake's office. Is that correct?
Yes, just to the left of where you're pointing there. Yeah, right there.
In between, next to Brian Drake's office is a coffee shop, correct?
Yes, it's a drive-through coffee shop, or it was in 2020. It was also a clothing and gift shop.
I didn't hear. Did Peter Erblin say that he was having Detective Van Leuven testify as a hostile witness? What's with all these leading questions?
Went inside, but if you drove between the alley between Brian Drake's office and the gift shop, you'd drive through what was a drive-through area for a coffee shop.
So when you arrived at the scene at Brian Drake's office, did you find that it had been secured?
Yes.
And could you describe how you knew it had been secured?
Well, there were police officers and sheriff's deputies in the area. There was no civilians in the area. It had been taped off and generally secured, awaiting a warrant for us to process the scene.
Okay. And was that a search warrant that was obtained from a judicial officer?
Yes.
And when that search warrant arrived, did you enter the scene?
We did.
And you yourself did, correct?
I did.
And I'm going to show you a series of photographs and a video. I just want to ask you, you've seen these, correct?
I have.
In preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you entered Brian Drake's office with the search warrant?
Yes, I took the photographs myself.
All right. And there was a video that was taken by one of your case agents?
By Sergeant Tim Snow, yes.
And you viewed that?
This is all improper as fuck. If he didn't provide this shit to you, Peter, then what's going on here? Just so you guys know, this is all improper as hell. This is not how you enter exhibits in. You've seen these before, right? Well, I have no idea what you're about to show me. So how do I know if I've seen this before? I mean, it was just wild what the hell they did in this hearing.
And that's fairly and accurately depicts what is in the video?
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the next exhibit. And I want to advise all that these are crime scene photographs, and be prepared. All right, the first photograph is exhibit number 4. Is that the condition that you found Brian Drake's body at the time that you entered into his office?
Yes, this was just inside of his exam room, past the foyer.
All right. At the bottom of the photograph, there's an object. Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, we determined that that was his mobile telephone, his cell phone that he was on when he was shot.
Next.
Objection. Lacks foundation. How did you determine that that was his cell phone?
The next exhibit that we're showing you, exhibit number 5, is a different angle. Is that correct?
Yes, looking back the other direction.
All right. And to the right of that screen, there's a looks like some paper objects. Could you tell us what those are?
Those were documents related to the treatment of his patients, specific patient files with notations as to what treatment they received.
All right. Next exhibit.
Do you understand that right there, he identifies these patient files on the desk of Brian, right? And he identifies that that's the treatment that they received. That's to the right-hand side of like the log. Right there, he opens the door to be questioned about something that's really, really important in this case. So I would have noted right there that the door was opened right there for us to ask him, well, did Brian Drake make other notations when during your investigation? Did you come across the fact that Brian would trade services? Isn't it true that you found out that Brian would trade services for his chiropractic work? Okay. So when you were going through those, did you note that Brian was trading services for steroids and pills?
Maybe heard briefly before the next exhibit is queued up.
Did you just hear that, Your Honor? Maybe heard briefly before the next exhibit is queued up.
I believe my client, Ms. Moore, is attempting to get in on the Zoom platform. Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay, Mr. Irvin, please proceed.
Yes. The next exhibit is a video. I'd like you to look at that.
They started this proceeding without the Dana and Matt started this proceeding without making sure that their clients were in the Zoom. All of this stuff that's going on that we've already just heard, none of it has been heard by their own clients.
Could you describe for us in narrative what we're seeing here?
You're seeing a panoramic video of the exam room where Dr. Drake was found. That is his desk where he kept his patient files. There's a stool there underneath the window, which we believe is where he was sitting when he was shot. You can see the damage to the mini blinds. Those are metal mini blinds where the bullet entered next to the box on the left. These are all objects that were used in the treatment of his patients. You can see the bits of glass there on the windowsill from where the bullet went through the windows. also see the bits of glass there on the stool.
Are those the patient files?
Yeah, the patient files. He had patient files and records both on top of the desk as well as in a bag or a box that he carried. That's a patient exam table where he treated his patients.
I noticed that Brian Drake had a brace on his right leg. Did you learn that he had a leg fracture unrelated to this?
Yes, we learned that at his Sandpoint office, he'd been making his way out to the parking lot carrying some objects at the end of the work one day, and he'd slipped on some ice and fractured his lower leg, which required surgery and that brace that he was wearing.
All right, thank you. Next exhibit, number 7. That's a photograph. Could you tell us what that photograph shows?
It's a photograph of the window, which we believe is where the bullet entered into the office from the inside. This is a photograph of the inside of the office, obviously. The photograph also depicts the damage to the metal midi blinds where the bullet passed through.
And we saw that in the video also.
We did, yep.
Next exhibit, number 8. What does this depict?
It's a closer up photograph of the same damage that we saw in the previous photograph with a different lighting.
I notice on in the middle of the blinds there are some marks, perforation.
Okay, so for those of you guys that are new, okay, you see over here to the left hand side of the windowsill over here, okay? When you walked into this office, when he was shot, there was a cardboard box, and it said, I'll go back and I'll find one of the pictures so you guys can see it. But this cardboard box is actually very, very important. Okay. Why, if you're taking crime scene photos, are you moving things from certain spots where they were if you're going to reenact or take measurements or put a rod through a window to check out, why would you need to move that? In fact, you'd want to keep it right where it was to see how and if it would be affected based on something shot through that window. And if it was at a certain angle, the trajectory to see if it would have hit the deep blue box, cardboard box that held the big tube of lotion or whatever the heck it was, spray down. I can't remember.
Do you know what those are?
Well, if you look at the metal of the mini blinds above where the hole is that was made by the bullet, you'll see indentations. Generally, that speaks to us as being the bullet was shot from a gun at fairly close range to make those indentations in the mini blinds.
What causes that?
It's the overpressure of the gas coming from the muzzle of the gun. And on a body, we call that stippling. On an object, it shows up like this.
Next exhibit.
They don't show this one though.
And we have exhibit number 9. Could you, again, we've seen this in the video, but would you just cover this for us briefly again?
This was the desk that he used to work off of and kept his patient files in a folder there. He also had a rolling patient box that's there on the ground to the right next to the wall, and a tablet that he used there on the left side at the end of the desk.
The windowsill is shown in the right-hand side of that photograph, correct?
Yes.
And then just below the windowsill is a stool, correct?
Yes.
And that's where it was believed Dr. Gray was sitting at the time of the gunshot?
Yes, based on the angle of the bullet going through the windows, the double pane window, and the blinds, and then the height of the entry wound on his back, and the trajectory of the bullet through his body.
None of that was ever measured. No, I'm trying to show you guys these pictures. So they never take the measuring tape and go down on the ground to go up to see how tall it would be from the ground up. But more importantly, if a man is sitting on a stool, which I'm going to show you the stool, if a man was sitting on a stool, you'd want to take the measurement from the stool up into where the hole is to see that if it would line up, because during the autopsy, they measure like your torso and shit like that. So this is how they think that this is just wild. Like, this is such great work here. Let me show you the stool though.
We concluded that he was sitting on that stool when he was shot.
Exhibit number 10. Could you tell us what does this photograph depict?
This depicts an FBI agent holding what we call a ballistic rod, which is just a fancy name for a fiberglass rod that's going through both the center of the window area where there's two window panes. One's broken out quite a bit, so it's not as useful as the other window pane, which has a smaller hole in it. And then that corresponds with the hole in the mini blinds. So we have a rough trajectory of the angle of the bullet as it went through the window.
So the
Now, anybody that would testify that's actually like an expert in this field would tell you that, wait, what is that? Wait, what are they doing? Wow. Yeah, no. Where's your tripod? Okay. This was so easily able to be refuted. In fact, one day you're gonna hear from somebody really, really special to talk about this crime scene. But this is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah.
guy assisted you,
Yes.
and that's an agent who is holding that object.
Yes.
Do you remember who that is?
It's an FBI
Is
agent.
it Jacobson?
Yes.
Objection leading. Jesus. That is an FBI Ed Jacobson right there.
Ed Jacobson.
Thank you. Next exhibit.
Wait, you guys, look at this angle. Like, look at that. Wait, look at that. Does it look flatter there? Wait, let's make it.
We're showing you now exhibit number 11. Could you describe what this depicts?
This depicts the drive-through or the area between where Dr. Drake's office was located, which is the building on the right, and the drive-through of the coffee shop, which is the building on the left. And the second window away from us on the left side of the building on the right is the window where the bullet went through. Yeah,
Okay.
so you'll see.
For me, this is like a perfect example of something, guys. Ready? This angle is just tits. Look at this angle. Do you see how the smaller hole right here? You see how like the bigger hole is out over here? See that? Okay. Usually the smaller hole is an entry and then exit is bigger. Okay. Does that look like the hole is on the inside smaller, with the outside window being a lot larger. How did that happen like that? I would just say do an experiment and see what happens.
First window and then the second window. Yeah, first window, yep, and then the second window. That's the window where the bullet went through, where Dr. Drake was seated.
And that, when you're pointing out that window, Ms. Herndon our paralegal is pointing to that with a cursor, correct?
Yes.
All right, next photograph, please. What does this depict? This is exhibit number 12.
This was a photograph of Dr. Drake and his family that was displayed in his office that was there when we processed the scene.
You guys tell me what the relevance of this picture would be. What is this depicting? What the fuck is going on? Where is that measuring to? I'm just like, is it just starting at, okay, so it's funny to me. I'm sorry. This is just absolutely just fucking ridiculous. People that work hard out there, you know.
All right, I'd like to now move to exhibit number 13.
Your Honor, may we take a brief recess in the council approach?
You may.
May we take a brief recess? Why?
We are back on the record. I have been informed that someone who was watching via Zoom is live streaming.
So Dana let them know that we were live streaming because her clients couldn't get on and they were watching through our channel, and also for us to help in cross-examination, and yeah, just totally normal. Just clipping Dr. Moore's nuts off, you know, just totally normal behavior by a lawyer.
We are back on the record in CV 09-21-0402. And before we begin again with Mr. Irwin's questioning, as a detective or sergeant?
Detective Sergeant B.
Detective Sergeant.
Oh, get it right.
I do want to just say on the record that while all of these proceedings are open to the public, it is not typical practice in Bonner County, at least, to either live stream or Zoom stream a hearing unless specifically requested.
The forensic pathologist, Sally Aiken.
I am.
Oh God. Oh God. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so this is what they do. They take the blinds, they just yank them up. You're gonna remove them anyways. Why aren't you just removing them and leaving them exactly how it would be? Okay. So at this point, the Moores can't watch, correct? Yeah, they weren't able to get, it was a mess, and I have no idea at what point that they were. I don't know that. But here they yank the blinds up, okay? And then the next photos, you're going to see that they just end up taking them off. Like, watch. They want to show how, like, the depth. That's the picture that they showed in court. The family photo. Hold on. Oh, come on, stupid thing. Look at, they left all of this shit, and they did not take the chiropractic, they didn't take his brace, They didn't take the tape like into evidence. They took the blinds off and took them into evidence. So if you're going to take them off, like you would just take them off, why would you scrunch them? They left all of the shit that they did that you see right there. The stool was left. The chiropractor, there was a hair, a female, well, it looked like to be like a female blonde. It was a longer hair. Definitely not his. Longer female blonde hair. All those supposed water bottles that they said were filled with vodka, yeah, they're all right there. None of them were taken or tested, and like, it's all just lies. Look at all this shit. All of this is there. See right there, you're about to see the stool. They moved the Kleenex box yet again. This is just insane. Okay. Let me go back. Let's see. Yeah, that's a pretty good close-up right there. They moved the chairs like they were normally folded out. Okay. This table that he did with his patients or whatever, they were way more this way over here. And the knee brace, this knee brace is underneath the table that he's working on people with. He's basically like underneath this pop-up like chiropractic table. And something that's really, really important. I want you to take a look and I've talked about it so many times on my channel. Anybody that would be in this business, okay, if you're sitting down at your stool and you take your last, like you rip off your last part for your, it's like toilet paper roll. That's that brown little tube there. It's empty. Okay. Anybody that's sitting right there with all your rolls sitting right there and you take that last part off. Okay. Think about when you wipe your table down. When do you wipe it down? It's very telling to me that the roll wasn't replaced. Okay. What would be the odds that, oh, right at that last patient, Eldora and them, it looks like somebody was wiping some shit up and using that shit. Okay. Whatever. If you look at the, there's other pictures. His garbage cans are like, it's weird. It's like full, crinkled up. And this is just ridiculous. Anyways, we'll continue on with this charade. But this is where it gets good. This is where I start dying. I'm like, Bella, get over here. I'm like, Sally Ann Aiken's report is being testified to by fucking Van Leuven. Have you ever heard of such a thing? And she didn't believe me at first. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, the autopsy report. How can Van Leuven testify to it? And she's like, he can't. I mean, he can, but he can't. I mean, sure, you could try to do whatever you want, but how is this going to be allowed? So here it goes.
This is the first page of an autopsy report. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And so was an autopsy performed on the body of Brian Drake?
Yes.
And this, you're familiar with this format, correct?
I am.
You're familiar with what?
And you're familiar with the forensic pathologist, Sally Aiken?
I am.
And is she the one who performed this autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Was it a member of your agents there witnessing this?
Yes.
He wasn't even at the autopsy, but there is a girl that's there, Brittany Clark, who is there. Okay, that was there, like did the autopsy. When I say did it, was like there taking the pictures. Okay, so this gets I about die.
Detective Snell, as well as Detective Specialist Brittany Clark, attended the autopsy. At the best of my recollection.
And Brittany Clark is here in the courtroom, correct?
I don't see her. Yep.
Objection to relevance. First of all, I would be objecting to obviously all of this. This would never happen, never fly. So far, no objections from Dana or Matt, but by God, they're watching my YouTube channel. They're watching my YouTube channel and watching, like literally watching my YouTube channel while trial is live. If that's not grounds for ineffective assistance of counsel, I mean, I don't know what is. Instead of being present for a hearing in a trial where they were paid $200,000.
There she is. Yep.
If you would scroll down. Okay, go back up so I can get the. So typically, an autopsy report will have a summary of case findings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this one is no different, correct?
That's
Objection. I mean, everything. Peter Erblin is asking the lead detective in this case about the autopsy.
yes.
So the summary of case findings, would you go ahead and read those for us, please?
Will you please go ahead and read the case findings? What? Excuse me?
Yes. Number one, penetrating gunshot wound to the chest with A, C investigation indicating bullet passed through window glass. B, atypical entrance wound left back. C, fracture of upper margin of left posterior rib number 8. D, perforation of lower lobe of left lung. E, stellate tangential perforation of proximal left pulmonary artery. F, perforation of upper lobe of left lung. G, fracture of upper margin of left anterior rib number 2. H, recovery of bullet left anterior chest wall. I, left hemothorax, 2,250 cc's. J, bilateral aspiration of blood. K, direction of fire, back to front, slightly upward, slightly left to right.
Slightly upward, slightly left to. Did you just hear that? Remember how he just told us that they determined that it was a downward angle into Brian Drake? Her findings read, you just heard it, upward. Upward angle penetrating. Upward angle. Not downward penetrating, upward. So everybody understand that? Their findings, the police, do not match. When I say their findings, their theory of this case does not match the motherfucking autopsy. Y'all understand that? Their theory that he was shot through a window while sitting on that fucking stool that they didn't take into evidence, they don't know how tall it was. Okay? This was like, there were some things that I couldn't come out and say, couldn't show, whatever, but you're hearing it right here. I'll back it up just 30 seconds here to just give a little listen here.
Artery. F, perforation of upper lobe of left lung. G, fracture of upper margin of left anterior rib number 2. H, recovery of bullet left anterior chest wall. I, left hemothorax, 2,250 cc's. J, bilateral aspiration of blood. K, direction of fire, back to front, slightly upward, slightly left to right.
Slightly upward, motherfucker. You guys, did you hear about that 250 or 2,550 cc's? Brian Drake drowned in his own blood. That's how he died. Okay? They're drowned in his own blood. All right? You understand? Internally. All right? also, slightly, what was that? What was the slightly the way that it, so I want you to hear this one more time about the slightly about.
F, perforation of upper lobe of left lung. G, fracture of upper margin of left anterior rib number 2. H, recovery of bullet left anterior chest wall. I, left hemothorax, 2,250 cc's. J, bilateral aspiration of blood. K, direction of fire.
K is directional fire.
Back to front.
Back to front.
Slightly upward, slightly left to right.
Slightly upward, slightly left to right. Slightly left to right. It's going to be important as well.
And then number 2, pale body, mucosal surfaces. Number 3, recent right distal fibula fracture. 2/4/20, surgically repaired. 2/10/20. Number 4, liver stenosis. Number 5, probable mineral valve prolapse. Number 6, toxicology, see separate report.
Toxicology. He was drunk. He had, he was legally drunk. Okay, so what is it? 0.08.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the case findings. Now, in your experience,
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the case findings. Excuse me?
I know you're not a physician, but you're familiar with anatomical terms, particularly as they are found in autopsy reports. Is that correct?
Enough that I need to know them, yes, sir.
All right. So when there is a perforation of a pulmonary artery,
Have you guys heard an objection yet?
is that a significant injury such that it could cause death?
Does an object based on foundation and the knowledge of this witness?
He just says, I'm going to object on foundation. Woohoo! And the knowledge of this witness. Wait, how about the knowledge of this witness? I'm going to object to this witness not being qualified to testify to the findings of an ME's report. Peter Erblin attempts to get this in because he says that we're just going to talk about some anatomy terms. Now watch this.
Thank you, Mr. Erblin.
I think based upon his own experience, he can testify. He certainly can't diagnose it, but it's there in the findings, Your Honor. Can I rephrase the question?
Peter, what are you talking about? It's right there in the findings. What? What? What?
Go ahead, we'll see if that cures it.
Let's see if this works. What is the pulmonary artery?
What is the pulmonary artery? Let's see if we can get it in because I'm going to ask you what the pulmonary artery is. And if you know the definition of that, this will cure it. So that you can answer my questions. Hell no. No wonder no one wanted you to stream this. Corruption attorneys. This is ridiculous. This is crazy.
Is the main artery of the heart.
Okay.
It's the main artery of the heart. What do you got, Alex? I'll go anatomy for 200.
And in this case, the finding shows a perforation. What is a perforation?
A hole.
What is a perforation? Perforation? He said it's a hole. I'll take anatomy for 300, Alex.
What is a hemothorax?
What's a hemothorax? Oh my God, what?
A hemothorax has to do with air in the chest cavity from a penetrating gunshot wound.
And what does bilateral mean when it says
Anatomy for 400, or I'm at 500 now, Alex.
bilateral aspiration of blood?
I don't know.
Okay.
He just says, I don't know. You guys, hold on. One more time. Alex Trebek's 30-second interlude. Here you go.
Perforation. What is a perforation?
A hole.
Anatomy for 300.
What is a hemothorax?
A hemothorax has to do with air in the chest cavity from a penetrating gunshot wound.
And
Alex, I'll do anatomy for 400. That's the daily double. How much would you like to wager? Ah, yes. Oh, well, Alex, I'm feeling really lucky right now. I'm going to wager it all. Okay.
what does bilateral mean when it says bilateral aspiration of blood?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, shucks. I'm all the way down to $0. All righty. Okay.
What does aspiration mean?
It means that blood was ingested into the lungs.
Now, there's a direction of fire back to front, slightly upward, slightly left to right. In looking at that finding and compared to what you saw at the crime scene, what conclusion did you draw as an investigator?
Based on the trajectory of the bullet through the window and the blinds, and the height of the stool and where the bullet entered his body, and then this description.
Objection. These are objection. He is testifying to facts, not in evidence. A stool. He didn't even show us any measurements of a stool in any of these photographs. But go ahead.
Of where it exited the body.
Now, there's a direction of fire back to front, slightly upward, slightly left to right. In looking at that,
Hemothorax has to do with air in the chest cavity from a penetrating gunshot wound.
and what does bilateral mean when it says bilateral aspiration of blood?
I don't know.
Okay. What does aspiration mean?
It means that blood was ingested into the lungs.
Now, there's a direction of fire back to front, slightly upward, slightly left to right. In looking at that finding and compared to what you saw at the crime scene, what conclusion did you draw as an investigator?
Based on the trajectory of the bullet through the window and the blinds, and the height of the stool and where the bullet entered his body, and then this description of where it exited the body, we concluded that he was sitting on a stool and he was bent forward.
All right.
What? He was sitting on the stool and he was bent forward. How does that make it so that he would have a slightly upward trajectory if it's a downward trajectory that's going through this window? But if you're going to sit here and not object, then I'm thinking, wow, this motherfucker's going to get pow-powed on cross-examination, right? Is that right?
Now I'd like to show you exhibit number 14.
Oh, by the way, did you see any measurements there? The measurement for how tall the stool was off the ground? That's right, guys. It's not there. They never measured it. Okay. And if they did, then they're going to explain to the defense one day why. Okay. Where is it? Where is the photo? Where's the photo? They never measured it. That motherfucker got asked the same question on cross-examination during the preliminary hearing and choked on his fucking spit.
What does this show?
This photograph presumably depicts Dr. Drake at the medical examiner's office. You can see Dr. Aiken in the background looking down.
Okay, guys. Here it is. This is where Peter Erblin wants me to know. He's like, watch here. Listen, you can't make this up. Here it is.
I noticed that on his left hand there's a covering. What is that?
That is a bag.
What's the purpose of that?
We commonly bag both hands of deceased victims to preserve any evidence that may be recovered on their hands or under their fingernails.
So some of these armchair YouTube sleuths were critical of your team for not bagging his hands. Did you hear about that?
I tried very hard not to pay attention to any of that, so no.
Okay. So they're wrong, correct?
If anyone suggested we didn't bag his hands, they would be wrong.
Who suggested that shit? I will be happy to show you the autopsy photos of any picture that depicts his hands because they're not there. I said, Peter, that they didn't take any pictures of his hands. Yeah, these YouTubers are so critical. I don't know anybody else that's talking about the Moore case out there. Thanks, Peter. But guess what? For the truth of the matter assertive, I'm going to need to step in here and let you know that, no, I never said that motherfucker, his hands weren't bagged. I said his hands weren't photographed. I wanted to see the backs in his palms and his fingernails to see how dirty they were. Because why don't you read those findings? Why don't you read the findings about his, and I'll read it actually. I'm going to read his findings. He was hit here with the nose and he was hit right up here. And there was something going on with his mouth and his tongue. And it would come out. And in all this bullshit by having your fucking lead detective talk about, this is so improper. So improper. This is crazy. The findings were that it was an opposite. It was upward angle slightly, and they're saying in theirs that it was a downward angle. Out of here.
Doubtful of your embedded, but let's move on to the next photograph.
He said, I probably will never admit it. Find me the video that I said that Drake's hands weren't bagged. Okay. Only thing I cared about, I went through all the pictures because I have the pictures. And his hands, they're not photographed. Where are his hands? In fact, whoever took the photographs suck dick. And anybody that's an investigator that would have been rebutting this shit would have fucking told y'all how crazy these pictures were and how fucking amateur hour this shit is. This is all unreliable because it's not even fucking, you have no idea how tall is the stool off the ground? Where is the stool? Where is the stool? Where's the window? Where's the window? What'd you do with the window? What'd you do with, oh wait, you didn't test any of the bottles of water, so how do you know they had vodka in them? Lying ass. You were just drinking all the bottles there? Out of here, man. This is wild. But then here's the best part. I'm like, this cross-examination better be lit as a tit, right? You could just light this motherfucker up on cross. Light him up.
Deceased victims to preserve any evidence that may be recovered on their hands or under their fingernails.
So some of these armchair YouTube sleuths were critical of your team for not bagging his hands. Did you hear about that?
I tried very hard not to pay attention to.
How about objection relevancy, Matt? Matt and Dana are literally, Your Honor, can we approach somebody on YouTube is playing the They don't have permission, and they're really trying to help my client because my client asked them to watch and to be able to write down everything that was happening so that we could have an effective cross-examination because our fucking lawyers don't do their fucking jobs. So we got to make sure that we cut off our own client's fucking ball sack. So, but then here, when there's a completely crazy question about asking a detective in a fucking $10 million lawsuit about Lana. Thank you for making me so relevant. But Matt and Dana sat there and didn't say, Your Honor, objection, relevancy to any, what is going on here? No, they just sat there. They just sat there. Like fools. Dr. Moore has a murder case hanging over his head, and these two slop tarts just sit there.
If that's so, no.
Okay. So they're wrong, correct?
If anyone suggests we didn't.
Another question. So they would be wrong, correct? Objection. What is the relevancy in any of this? So wait, so it wasn't just one question, two, it was three. Have you been on YouTube and seen what the YouTube critics are saying? No, I try to stay away from that. Okay, so he just said that he doesn't. So there would be no more follow-up to that, right? But then he says, so they would be wrong, wouldn't they? If anybody has said that we didn't bag him with his hands, then they would be wrong. Well, good thing we didn't say that over here. We said you didn't take pictures of his hands after the bags came off his hands. Learn about it, baby. I know you're getting kind of old. That's why this is for the truth of the matter asserted.
His hands, they would be wrong.
Okay. I doubt we'll ever hear them admit it, but let's move.
I doubt we'll ever hear them admit it. Objection, Your Honor. Is Peter Erblin testifying now? I just... Peter.
On to the next photograph.
Sloppiest direct and cross of this man.
What does this photograph show?
This depicts the bullet entrance wound on the left side of Dr. Drake's back.
I'm not going to show any of that.
Next photograph.
I got way too much class.
What does this show?
This is the bullet recovery from Dr. Drake's chest.
And were you able to identify the caliber?
Yes,
And what was that?
38 special.
And can that be fired through a 357 also?
Yes.
Do you have that? Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, so, I mean, it's only fair, Peter. I got to do a shot for you. Peter, I gotta do a shot for you. Hold on 1 second. We're going to do one. This is the prosecutor asking a cop about something on YouTube said. No, this is a plaintiff's attorney in a civil case where she's trying to get $10 million is asking about me. Why? Why would you even give me the spotlight? The fuck out of here. God, man, act like you've been there before. Here you go, Peter. Cheers. Hopefully this was all done. I can't say the word pro bono, but on contingency, because if I was Jennifer and I paid this type of money, I'd be one salty, pissed bitch.
All right. Horrible. This time I would like to just take a look.
And part of me believes that there's something going on because Sally Ann Aiken's like $900 an hour. And so they just clearly didn't want to pay her. And then here, Dana and Matt just let it all go. You know, it's just ridiculous. Because if it's wild what's about to happen here. So he just asked about me right there and it gets all flustered. And now he has to ask for, I think, for a break.
Recess in place so that I can children to have them come in.
Oh, okay, he wanted to bring the Drake kids in. Okay. Okay, is that right? Okay, let's take a look at my next one here. I got 1, 2, 3. I think it's this one.
We are back on the record.
Oh no, it's not that one. I got so many of these. Maybe it's this one. Oh yeah, it is. Here we go.
You're back on the record, Mr. Erblin.
Cheers.
Detective Sergeant Van Leuven. I want to ask you some general questions about this investigation. Can you tell the court, please, approximately how many witnesses were interviewed or potential witnesses?
The number of interviews conducted in this case were well over 100.
And why? Why is that?
Most of the time when we respond to homicides, we have a suspect that's already been observed, oftentimes already in custody. We call this type of homicide, just internally we call it a whodunit homicide because
He just says, you guys, I'm sorry. He says, well, we interviewed more than 100 people. Dude, way more. But he says the reason is because this was a case, it was a whodunit case. Because it's just like, we have no idea who done it. That's what he just says. And it's like, here.
we don't know who did it. And it's, in order to try to determine that, there are a number of different routes that we pursue, interviewing people that were known to be in the area at the time, interviewing people that were known associates, family members, etc. with the victim, and also what we call victimology interviews. So in conducting this type of investigation, the number of interviews, and especially in a small town like this, where a lot of people know each other, the number of
Yes, you guys, Dr. Moore can raise ineffective assistance of counsel claims. Dr. Moore can do actually a lot of things. I have no idea. I just see the comments that are coming up. It, you know, I after this cross-examination here, you guys are gonna see why I believe Dr. Moore didn't go forward. I could never go to war. Like if I didn't have Bella with me, I'm not going to war. Okay. For my life. You know what I mean? There is no way in fucking hell I would ever, okay, put a pile of shit in the hands of these two attorneys to go to war with. And, you know, like I wouldn't trust them with, you know, my pinky. Okay. You don't go there. You want me to be called to the stand with y'all motherfuckers at the hell? Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, or, you know, maybe the Moores were just like, we're not going to give Jennifer her fucking 9 days of playing, you know, Demi Moore and Ghost. I don't know. We're not going to get, maybe it's a mixture of everything. But I'm telling you right now, no way would I go to war with these two attorneys.
interviews that were conducted were fairly significant.
They took, if somebody took $200,000 of my money and then lied to me, didn't do their job, and then tried to withdraw and keep all my money all within 30 days before you're supposed to go to trial, what the fuck? How is that not like in any other world that anybody would live in? Like if you're building a house or you're doing whatever, how is this not fraud? You know, can we get the fraud on the docket? Like this is fucking fraud, man. It's so sick.
Just sheer volume wise.
Can you estimate, or if you recall, how many agents were involved in participating in these interviews?
Somewhere less than 30, I would guess. Somewhere between 20 and 30. It could be more than that.
And they were from the Idaho State Police?
Idaho State Police, Boundary County, Bonners Ferry Police, FBI, the FBI Task Force, which includes a number of agencies in Kootenai County.
So this happened on March 12th, 2020. I understand that was a Thursday, is that correct?
I believe so.
Was there an incident that occurred the following Sunday that you learned about at some point?
Yes.
Could you describe basically what that was?
Objection, hearsay. You learned about? How did you learn about it? Hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
I learned later, and this had come up earlier to other members of our investigative group, but I didn't know about it until sometime later, that another chiropractor who was relatively close by in distance from Dr. Drake's office, had suffered what was.
Do you understand that none of this should be being said right now? You understand? Like, this is not who the testimony that you were trying to elicit comes from. Dana and Matt. Can you check on YouTube, make sure Lana's not on? Can you check on YouTube, put it on caption, see what Lana's saying about me? Fuck out of here.
Described as a
You like that one, B? That was kind of funny, B. I'm kind of funny.
gas leak at his office 3 days after this event had occurred.
And at some point later on, did you find that to be significant?
I found that to be significant right away.
Why is that?
Oh, you did?
Because I understood that he had almost died as a result of this gas leak.
What the fuck? Sorry, guys. Sorry. You guys, he just said, I just found out, and I thought it was significant right away because this other chiropractor almost died. Almost died because of what? The gas leak? You guys, listen. This is new from his preliminary hearing testimony. He did not say this at the preliminary hearing testimony that Dr. Moore almost died.
He had been found by his good friend and the county coroner at his office and resuscitated and brought outside and taken to the hospital.
He's saying that Mick Millett resuscitated him. Give me the phone. I want to call Mick Millett right now and ask him if he gave. I gotta be on this. I need to ask him if he gave mouth to mouth to Dr. Moore to fucking resuscitate him. Was he performing CPR? I want to call him right now. Holy shit! You got to be kidding me right now. This lying sack of shit.
And this had come up earlier to other members of our investigative group, but I didn't know about it until sometime later, that another chiropractor who was relatively close by in distance from Dr. Drake's office, had suffered what was described as a gas leak at his office 3 days after this event had occurred.
And what is the relevance in that?
And at some point later on, did you find that to be significant?
I found that to be significant right away.
Why is that?
Because I understood that he had almost died as a result of this gas leak, and that he had been.
Dr. Moore didn't even go to the hospital. The only reason he went to the hospital is because he goes home. He goes home, and then they, like, later, they're just like, here, go mix, like, here, I'll go with you. And goes with one of the men, here, we'll just go get his blood, whatever, drawn and whatever. He was at home sleeping. Then, when I thought that it couldn't get any worse, I hear this part.
Found by his good friend and the county coroner at his office, and resuscitated and brought outside and taken to the hospital.
Resuscitated him. Are you out of this? You guys know this is this. Who was resuscitated? Fucking Van Leuven. That's who. You guys, nobody was resuscitated. Nobody almost died. I can't even believe this testimony right now.
In all likelihood, he likely would have passed away if his friend hadn't found him. Eventually,
In all likelihood, he would have passed away if his friend wouldn't have found him. He's a goner. He's a goner. Yeah.
There were interviews done of Daniel Moore.
yes,
At some point, was he asked about where he was on March 12, 2020?
yes.
And what was his response?
He told us that he was at his friend's, the coroner's house, which is just up the street from his office, a few hundred yards away from where the homicide occurred.
If you found out about this right away, Detective Van Leuven, then why did you wait until May 19th to ask Dr. Moore about this gas leak, you fucking fat ass? The murder was March 12th. You're asking Dr. Moore about a gas leak on May 19th. So you found out about it, your cronies found out about it right away? Yeah, I don't think so. Here's Matt. I don't even know what Lana's talking about right now. How does Lana know all these dates and timestamps and can just like rip it out of her ass?
And during the interview, obviously you wanted to know about the incident at his office, but did you actually ask him that, we need to know where you were on March 12th, and he responded as such?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't it true, Detective Van Leuven, that you asked him where he was at 7 p.m., not at 7:30 like everybody else that you were interviewing?
Did he give you any, did you ask him?
Oh, you don't recall? Let me refresh your memory. Would your report help you, or do you want to hear the interview? Your report should do? Okay.
Follow up in any detail at that point?
Yes, we asked him, I asked him several questions.
And what were those?
Well, I don't have that interview report in front of me, so I don't want to say specifically what I asked, but we talked about a number of things. It was a conversational interview, so he was bringing up topics of conversation that we discussed, as well as me asking him questions.
Did you develop any suspicions as a result of that interview?
Yes.
Why?
He made a number of, first, just the context of what had happened, given the proximity to Dr. Drake's office, given the fact that the events after I interviewed the fire chief that responded to the scene, and I interviewed the gas employee from the gas.
Was that interview with that fire chief, was that recorded, or did you have some audio glitching going on and you just forgot to slip that play button, record button on? That's right. You didn't have it on record, did you? Find that fascinating. Was there a police report written up? Was there any report written up? No, there wasn't. Okay. So how did you find out about a gas leak, motherfucker?
Company, it appeared fairly obvious to me and others that this was a suicide attempt. Given the
It appeared to us, as well as everybody else out there, that this was a straight up suicide attempt. Do you guys hear any objections here? Is there any objections going on here?
proximity in time and distance to the other chiropractor being murdered, I was automatically suspicious that he was doing this as remorse for his involvement in the murder. Dr. Drake's office, given the fact that the events after I interviewed the fire chief that responded to the scene, and I interviewed the gas employee from the gas company, it appeared fairly obvious to me and others that this was a suicide attempt. Given the proximity in time and distance to the other chiropractor being murdered, I was automatically suspicious that he was doing this as remorse for his involvement in the murder.
Isn't it true, Detective Van Leuven, that you actually told Dan Moore that you thought that people were out to, quote unquote, take out chiropractors in the area? And that you brought up holistic doctors and 102 murders based on a Facebook post that was in Jennifer Drake's group? It was posted on Facebook, rather, not in Jennifer Drake's group, but it was posted on Facebook in one of your guys' online Facebook, like if it was Bonner's Ferry, if it was, ISP, but somebody had posted the link, and Jennifer Drake was the one that told you about that, right? People killing holistic doctors.
Object to this based on speculation.
Oh, right there. I'm going to object to this based on speculation.
Thank you, Mr. Erblin.
Your Honor, I'll redirect him to focus.
I will sustain the objection at this point. Mr. Erblin, you may proceed.
Based upon
So here, the judge would have sustained this stuff. You sustained. She knows, like, if you were to be objecting to all of this shit, Matt, she would have no choice by law to sustain this shit. And you just sat there and let them fucking, I mean, I don't know if you're going to sit here and say, well, I let him fucking hang himself with his own testimony. For what? For what? For you to cross-examine him? Okay. Let's see what you do on cross-examination. Let's see.
and again, you're testifying concern based upon your experience and your investigative techniques.
Objection, Your Honor. You know what? We haven't gone through, he did not walk through his experience and his techniques. So, again, I guess we're going to have to go through that. Ridiculous.
I want to direct your attention to, first of all, he was not arrested at that point, correct?
No.
At some point, did the investigation gather security video data in the area?
Yes.
Could you please describe to the court why you did that, why that is done, and generally what your team did?
Yes. This type of investigation, gathering possible security footage or any kind of video footage that was recorded in the area, is routine. So several groups of people would have been assigned to go out and look for cameras and then contact the occupants of the buildings where the cameras were attached and attempt to get video from them. And that's what happened in this case. And we gathered video from a number of businesses and private organizations.
And then were those videos studied?
They were.
Can you estimate how many hours were spent studying those videos?
Well, once we were able to have an idea of what had happened, then we were able to go into the video evidence and look for either corroborating evidence or lack thereof to corroborate our theory.
In the videos, did a particular vehicle, make and model, show up at various relevant times?
Yes,
What kind of vehicle was that?
it was a white Toyota Tundra.
And the white Toyota Tundra, did you learn whether or not Daniel Moore owned such a vehicle?
Yes,
And did you have agents take pictures of that vehicle during this investigation?
yes.
How was that accomplished? Just simply, he's out in the open?
Yeah, just normal surveillance, normal covert surveillance. We have unmarked cars and unmarked people, and they go to an area to follow a vehicle and take pictures of the occupants and their movements.
Did this vehicle have unique characteristics?
Do you guys understand right now that this man has testified under oath that what led him to come and find suspicion on Dr. Moore was the fact that Dr. Moore had a gas leak at his office on Sunday. Okay. This is what he's testifying to. And he finds this out during this, of course, this investigation. And then he interviews him on May 19th, 2020, due to this gas leak that he says that, was relayed to him, and that he talked to the fire chief and the Avista guy. But here he talked to the Avista guy first. He talked to the Avista guy second, rather. And when he talked to the Avista guy, he relayed so many lies to him. And the Avista guy kept on just saying, though, like, I never talked to Dr. Moore, though. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, yeah, it looks like it was manually loosened. But also, the only reason I can say that is, like, are you sure, like, nobody was working on anything down here? What's going on around the area? And he's like, no. And no, the doctor said he wasn't working on. The doctor most certainly was working on the furnace because he was changing the furnace filter. And I had the pleasure of talking to Avista's legal, and Avista's legal was like, they didn't ask us they haven't even talked to us to be a witness in this. This is absurd. So think about it. You had suspicions that Dr. Moore was the killer because there was a gas leak on Sunday after Brian Drake was murdered on a Thursday in the area. And that he and his little cronies said, oh my God, this is it. This is our guy. There is no mention right now of saying, well, we heard about a white truck. Why do you think there's no mention about him talking about a white truck? Because this is completely different than the testimony that they gave at the preliminary hearing. And it's going to come and bite him in the ass. Okay. At the preliminary hearing that was conducted in this case for the criminal case, this story about how they got onto Dr. Moore has now evolved and has taken a direct left from where it was at the preliminary hearing. Okay. I've read off the preliminary hearing. The guy said that, yeah, we had, you write up this probable cause and you talk about Eldora Gatchel and her white truck bullshit, right? Now, since Lana Oriani came along, they've had to literally run from that. Because none of that's true that Eldora Gatchel said, which means that she lied and they didn't go and re-interview the broad after they watched this over and over and over and over and over. And so does Peter Erblin now. And you would think that if you were an officer of the courts and you would want, there's no way that you can ask a question of your client knowing that they're going to go and lie. That's actually, that's a huge no-no in your ethical codes. So think about this. A lead detective who's a fucking bigwig, he thinks that he connected one dot to the other dot because there was a gas leak at one of the chiropractor's offices on Sunday. Dr. Moore was killed, or Dr. Drake was killed on a Thursday. And he's like, oh my God, I think that gas leak was an attempted suicide because he was distraught that he killed Dr. Drake and he attempted to take his life. Whoever, that's what you would call a conspiracy theory right there. If I was to bring that forward in a freaking tip line, I would get laughed the fuck out of the cop's office if I brought that up. If I said that was, hey, this is what I think, you guys. You guys really need to go look at that Dr. Moore guy. He had a gas leak the Sunday after Moore was killed, or after Drake was killed. You really need to go look at Dr. Moore because I think he killed him. and that he felt guilty because he didn't mean to kill him. He just shot a bullet through his window, and I think that he tried to take his own life. He has this hunch, Detective Van Leuven, based off of a gas leak, that he himself, no expert, no doctor, no nothing. He himself, if he would have almost died, why don't you go talk to a hospital who treated Moore and ask him about that? Why wouldn't you try to, talk to Dr. Moore about, we're going to have to learn about this guy's psyche. You know what I mean? When you would pull the information on Dr. Moore, you would see that he's never even got a parking ticket. He's a pillar of that community. But you want to connect this. And then that's why Peter Erblund's going in this way. And he's like, okay, so then you collected all these cameras. Well, you collected these cameras way before you ever talked to Dr. Moore for the first time. So what the fuck were you guys doing from March 12th to May 19th?
Characteristics.
Yes.
Could you describe those?
It had Idaho wildlife plates, for one. It was a larger vehicle as far as Toyota Tundras go. It was lifted a little bit. It had fog lights on the front, all white. It was unique for that area. I had observed the vehicle parked in front of his office during the course of the investigation before he was ever a person of interest. I had noted the vehicle myself just driving by, seeing it parked in front of his office.
Where can I find those notes that you did that? That is not in any fucking report. I have every supplemental, okay? That is in no police report that was turned over to the defense. None. That this lion ass prick, now you're pissing me off that you noted it. Bullshit. Where'd you note it? Up your, what? You fucking give yourself a little pen on your little back of your palm and, hey, let me just note that. That's a lie. And again, the preliminary hearing proves it. He doesn't say any of this shit in the preliminary hearing. None of it. Chugga chugga choo choo.
Based on the study of these security camera video data, were you able to put together a cohesive narrative of the movements of this vehicle at the relevant times just before and after Brian Gregg was shot?
Yes.
I want to show you the next exhibit. Before we zoom in too much on this, can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is an Excel spreadsheet that I created. It lists on the left the name of the business or entity. When I say entity, what I really mean is there was a church and there was a Goodwill type organization that we got video from. The rest of them were all businesses or banks. So the left column is the name of the entity, and then next to that is the camera number, because most of these organizations had multiple cameras. So I'm distinguishing which camera we're talking about. And then it's the file name, the digital file name of that video file. And then I've got a column for the time on the camera, which is the date, the timestamp that's depicted on the camera itself, and then the actual time. Some of the cameras were the time was correct. Some of it was off by an hour, which is not uncommon. I think one was off by 3 hours. And then one camera, Dr. Diamond's office, I think, was weird. It was off by 8.5 minutes or something. But the rest of them were all correct as to minute and second. They were either totally correct or they were off by an hour or again, one was off by 3 hours. And then I described the footage in the next column, and then the next 3 columns after that are sort of just internal information for us as far as who did the edits, as far as clipping the times, and then if there was any additional cropping.
Okay, so as you can see, that additional stuff that whoever did the edits and the clipping and that was never provided to the defense ever on who the person was that made the clips for each of these. That's something that's new. That they're assigning who did the clips in the edits for. Wouldn't the same person have fucking created this? How many? What do you mean? What are you talking about, man? That's his way of getting out of it on cross-examination. That he wants to say, like, oh yeah, over here, this is who did the clips and the edits. Bullshit. It's your investigation, right? This is what you used interrogating my client, right? And you are well aware and very familiar with this. Didn't you go over who put together the PowerPoint presentation? Well, then I object, Your Honor, to this motherfucker testifying to anything further.
Or level adjust.
Idaho likes to do group think and group work. And they think that then they can get around during prosecution. This is needing loopholes or things that you're going to hide behind that, oh, what did it, and a judge is just going to bail you out. That's how Idaho operates, and it's disgusting. It's evident. I don't know how people live there, and I have so many people that I love that live there, that I've come to love that do live there, and I'm like, y'all need to fucking move.
As far as brightness, and that's also depicted in those other columns.
Okay, so we're going to zoom in on the first 3 columns. Can you see those from where you're sitting?
Barely.
There's also a copy of that document in your exhibits.
Yes, sir. I see it. It's very small.
Okay. All right, let's zoom in a little bit more on the left side of this exhibit. A little bit more.
A little bit louder now.
Would you let me stand up?
Yes, please.
And Texas Sergeant, if you could just make sure to speak loudly. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
away from the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can you see that right now?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're looking at the upper left-hand side of this Excel spreadsheet that you prepared. We're going to move over a little bit so when he has the time, or go in, just come on a little bit so that we see the time on the camera and the actual time. So zoom out. Zoom out now. All right, can you read that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the first entry. Tell us, and we're not going to go through every single one, but could you tell us what the first entry is and what the cells in each one of that Excel spreadsheet need?
Yeah, so the first entry was from a Chevron gas station on the corner of US 95. This was camera number 8, or channel number 8, they called it. The next is the file name, and then the time on the camera was 6:01:10 p.m., and the actual time is 6:01:10 p.m. And we see Dr. Moore's truck traveling westbound from Alderson, and where his home is, and then turning right northbound on US 95.
Okay, so this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is...
Okay, so to speed up things, this is what he's about to do. I'm about to play this PowerPoint. All he's going to do is talk the way through the PowerPoint. Okay, this is just for expedited reasons. I'll speed his ass up, so hold on.
This indicates that this white Toyota...
This is Moore's truck passing Columbia Bank northbound on US 95.
Okay. So each one of these entries is an indication from that camera and the location of that truck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you, if you could, reconcile the differences in the timestamps on the video versus the actual time?
If you looked at the video in sequence, you would see things like you would see the white truck followed by a gray truck followed by a semi truck, and so in the next frame you'd look for that same sequence of vehicles. So you could validate the video by looking at the previous video and knowing what you should expect to see. once you see that same pattern of vehicles, then you know that that's consistent with what you should see.
I want you to please generally describe where that truck went after 6:01 p.m. up until the time of the shooting of Brian Drake.
Okay, I would have objected right here before all that happened, because what he just described there is we asked you a question, which was, how did you determine like the timestamps? Okay. What you're telling me you determined is you're determining the videos. Okay. You're determining how many seconds they are off from possibly each other. Okay. Or if they're hours off, whatever, because of that sequencing. But how do you know if you're going to go with, let's say, 5:15? If you're going to go with 4:15 or 6:15 or 7:30, like, just because we synced all these cameras, okay, but how do we determine what's the actual day time? What time is it during the day when you're able to sync up all that shit? Okay, you understand? Like, and I would be embedding this to the judge to say, wait a second, no, we need to authenticate these videos that he used, all right? Because what he just described to me is how you were syncing up. You would have had to take somebody's DVR, take a picture with it, right, to show that this is the DVR, this is the time that my phone said, like, and they don't have that. I know that they cannot corroborate any of that shit. And it was a big problem, and it was such a big problem that Peter Erblin knew it. Peter Erblin knew it because guess what? Peter Erblin reaches out to Dana and Matt to say, hey, we want to stipulate to entering the videos. We want to stipulate to entering the videos as admissible so that we don't have to, like, we'll skip a part like that. Like, that we don't have to drag in all these people to authenticate these videos. And I said, why the fuck would you do that? You would never stipulate to shit. You're going to get everybody in here that you need to get in here, and you're going to do your case. And then, and the answer is like, no, it's fine. Just because we're stipulating to the videos being admissible, we're not stipulating to the timestamps. I said, well, then you better make that really fucking clear. But why would you ever stipulate to begin with? But more importantly, what if you just stipulated and didn't even ask your fucking clients first? That's a big problem, don't you think? So in this case, the Moores were never asked, hey, this is what they want us to stipulate to it. How do you feel about that? That's what you do. You ask your clients and you include them, especially when your clients are saying that that's what they want. In no way you could argue it if you're Dana and Matt to say that, well, it was in the client, like, just because that's what our client wanted. Well, we have to go with what's in our client's best interest. There is no way in hell that you could make the argument that stipulating to let these in was in the best interest of your client. Because first of all, they're incomplete. There's videos that are missing 30 seconds of, like, clips, very, very important clips, 11 seconds for the very, very important clip. There's a 30-second one. There's an 11-second one. It's bad. It's just, and the biggest part is that how are we determining what time to go with? Okay, we synced these all up. We were following all these cars. We got them all synced up. Now what is the actual time of day? And that's something that he didn't say that when he explained it. He explained how he sunk up the videos. He didn't explain what time of day it would. Like, get the fuck out of here.
He drove, as he told us in his interview and as is depicted on the cameras, he drove from his house northbound on US 95 and turned right onto the street next to his business, past his business, and parked at his friend's house, who was the coroner who lived there, where he spent time with his friend that that day.
And then where did it go?
And then it left his house and drove down. It's hard for me to describe it on a map, but basically he circled the block where Brian Drake's office was, and then the second time he circled, he went into the parking lot, drove past into the drive-through between Brian Drake's office and the coffee shop, paused, drove out of that area back north on 95 and parked at Dr. Moore's office.
And then, and then after the shooting, where did the vehicle go?
After the shooting, the vehicle drove back to the coroner's office.
And then after it left the coroner's office, where did it go?
It turned north on US 95 rather than south, and then went north 1 block, turned left, and drove.
So this is the first video clip that they use. They use at 6:01 p.m. on that Thursday. That here's the chevron, and that Moore's truck comes out, makes a right. Okay. And then here it is at 18:01 and 15 seconds and 18:02. Again, how did you determine that chevron was correct at 6:01? Just saying. Moore's white Tundra proceeds on northbound US 95, passing Columbia Bank, Idaho State Liquor Store, Mr. Suds, CarQuest. So this is 95. Okay, so do you see these little arrows? Okay, it's on 95. And then what they do is, so the PowerPoint says this. Okay, so what I was asked to do was to make a PowerPoint to combat this, to rebut this by the Moores and their attorneys for this case. So they use the Columbia Bank security camera. They use the Community Thrift security camera, Mr. Suds security camera. And this is where like these businesses aren't over here where like that says like these businesses are on this 95 and they're just telling you. And then they use the CarQuest security camera to show this. So here you go. This is an angle that we would have seen before right there. And there's no timestamp associated with this video anywhere on this clip. No timestamp at all. Okay. And then here, 18:01 and 42 seconds right there. That's what they're saying. They're following this white truck. Okay. Then right here. This is the CarQuest angle. And the CarQuest is I'm sorry, this isn't the CarQuest. This is Mr. Suds' camera. And so the Columbia Bank is on the opposite side, over right in here, down to the left side of that corner. And then the Mr. Suds is on the opposite side. Then straight across where that green is right here, that's the thrift store. CarQuest camera system, it was right there in the corner. They use another one. And they said CarQuest camera system time offset 3 hours ahead. They're saying that this was 3 hours ahead. So, and I said it's way more than just 3 hours is off, because at that 42 second mark, when it was 6:01 and 42 seconds, it's not just off 3 hours. It's actually off. It'd be like 2 hours and 59 minutes and 42 seconds or something like that. Okay. Which matters if you want to talk about seconds. Then they're saying here that this is how we know this is his truck. He said, 18:02, Moore's truck turns right. And they use the Liberty Camera gas station right here. So this is what he's just testifying to right now. And they use, so here's a Liberty Camera, gas stations right here. But right across from it, right here is a doctor's office. This is Moore's building right here. And it turns right. And then they see it go down here, and this is where the coroner's house is. Literally, Dr. Moore's office in the corner. It's like, this is the funeral home. That's the coroner's house. And so you can just like walk 20 seconds and you would be up at Moore's office. So here's Liberty. So we're across the street. Right here's the white truck that they're saying. And that it turns down Harrison and goes, and it disappears, like, you know, see that white truck right behind it there. Okay, so then the next one, this is from the Guyman's angle, and so it's a partial view of Harrison. So look right here, it's telling you, and then pay attention. This is how they do it. They just use a clip of right there. And so right here, see how it says 1811? And that would be 6:11 in 35 seconds. So they're trying to say that Dr. Guyman's office is off 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay. Because I said, well, wait a second. Why isn't Dr. Guyman's office actually right and all these other ones are off? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you determining which one is actually the one that's right for the actual time of day? Okay. Because guess what? Cast report, if you want to talk about the cast report with this, it's basically saying that the Dr. Guyman's camera is the right timestamp. If you go with cast, and then you compare phone records to when Dr. Moore called his wife. Yeah. So don't fuck with me. Is that right? Here, let me make this bigger so then you guys can see more of it. Okay, the next thing that they're showing here, what he's testifying to, is he even zooms in more because he's like, here, let me make sure you can see it real good that this is I don't know what I thought this was to show like it. Let's see. This thing gets glitchy. Okay, here we go. Then it's reminding us that here's Mick Millett's residence, who the coroner is. Here's Dr. Moore's chiropractic office. Okay. And here, which you can't see because it's over here, is Drake's, but you can't send the picture yet. So let's see what's about to show us. Okay. He's drawing it for us. He's like, Dr. Moore's vehicle. Hold on, I'll just play his voice. Let's see if he does it like this.
Around the area where the shooting occurred, but not past where the shooting occurred. It drove around the area to get back to his house.
And then the Chevron station video is the first video.
Mm-hmm.
Is it also the last video?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to prepare a presentation of that in a PowerPoint video?
Yes.
I'd like to show you exhibit number 18. I'd like to advise the court that this video itself, without pausing, is 36 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to play this exhibit. This is exhibit number 18, and this is a video that you prepared, correct? You and your team.
Well, yeah, myself and my team.
As we see each so-called slide, could you just generally describe what we're looking at for the court reporter and the court?
Sure.
Okay, so again, I'm going to put this back over here at the beginning. And so he's saying that Dr. Moore's truck leaves Mick Millett's, okay, And then there's what it's called Hillside Alley. It's just a street. And then it turns, and then it makes a right onto Tyler. And then it makes a left onto then El Paso. And then it cuts around, makes a right by like, God, he's going really fast. He makes a right by the Mountain Spring Church and like the Car Quest car wash, and comes around it. Okay. And then like this is how you would normally do it though. If you're from Bonners Ferry, like the way that this area is, everyone just drives on these, it's like all these little cut through streets. It's really whatever. And so it come around, and then this is Denver Street. So then he made a right on Denver. Okay. And then made a right onto then 95. And then so right here, watch what this does though. So it passes, this is Brian Drake's here. This is the coffee shop. And so he's saying this first loop that happens, he passes up Brian Drake's in the coffee shop, but goes slow because he's trying to see if any of these patients have left. And then let's see what he does with his little mark here. Okay, right there. That's really important. Oh, shit. What the fuck just happened? My God. Oh, shit balls. Okay. Okay, right here. So he's, again, those of you guys that are just following us, comes out of McMullets. He says, this is what the cameras are going to show. And so here he comes. His first loop this is called El Paso. And he's going to come around. This is Mountain Church. This is the car shop, right here. After Brian Drake's lot right here, or place right here, this building right here, this is the glass shop. This is the glass shop parking lot. Okay. The glass shop and Brian, the only thing that separates them, okay, there's this little building, outhouse, whatever, this is where so right here with this, what is it, orange kind of outline building, that's that Les Schwab part building where Isaac Funderburg lived, up on the top level, 2 levels. So right across the street, you could like literally, I took pictures from his porch and you can see everything. Unless you're like back tucked right here, but like you can, when someone's going to be walking up out of like the brush, you can see even like in the back over here, when you're over here, as long as it's on that angle. So the first loop around whatever vehicle this is turns right and stays lodged right here at the glass shop for 2 minutes, from 7:15 until 7:17. This whole loop, when it leaves and on camera, it's like 7:13 and 52 seconds. And for it to do all of this, and by the time it gets and it just stops right here, it's 7:15. So it does all that in like 1 minute and 8 seconds. Okay. But Van Leuven likes to refer to this little spot here is that it's sitting on the West Tyler parking lot. People don't know it as that. And he uses that terminology on purpose because he does not want to bring attention to the fact that this white vehicle is literally parked at the glass shop right where the dude is said to have ran. That's Caleb Kiko and Azara. He, according to Isaac Funderburg, takes off and goes beelines it diagonal towards the glass shop. Like right, like he does it like this, right? Like that. And so by all accounts, if you really think about it, homie G here, this vehicle, that's where that person would kind of be like running to. And remember, I was telling you guys that in order for Isaac Funderburg to have seen Caleb Kiko and Azara, he would have had to have seen him before 7:16, because they supposedly get in the pilot and they leave the back area. So think about this. This white truck pulls in here and it's there from 7:15 to 7:17. At the same time, at 7:16, right here is Eldora Gatchel. They're not going to talk about this. At 7:16, Eldora Gatchel's pilot is seen backing out. And instead of going down this way to then go out 95, she backs out And she's like, oh, I can't go this way because there's a white truck blocking my way. So I have to come around this way, and then I go out like that. Okay? So everybody knows what to expect. Here, right there. See how he continues the loop like that? And he does not stop it. He just continues to loop it. That is an inaccurate representation of what the white truck does. And this is how I would have rebutted it on the stand. That you're not pausing, or you're not accounting for the 2-minute pause. And it is very, very important, because what is that vehicle truly doing that you claim that is Dr. Moore's for 2 minutes right here at the glass shop? All right. And then when it pulls out at 7:17, again, Eldora's pilot is already left. Okay. It's left so that there is no white truck, which y'all are saying because of Eldora. So now watch here. They're saying that it makes the second loop. And on this second loop, what they're saying this vehicle does is come around, do all this. And then right there, it's saying now this time it turns into the Far North Coffee Lodge and logo shop and comes around. And now it's going to go in between, okay, in between the for the drive-through. And then watch what it does. And then it says, oh, God bless it. That one, no. That one. Oh, wait, no. Right here. It's saying that it's going to come, and it stops right here. Again, doesn't do an accurate, should talk about it, should stop it, because it stops and pauses and then does this loop and then comes back and then turns and comes there and parks. This white truck parks at Dr. Moore's office. So now here is the videos that they're going to tell you to watch. At 19, 13, and 8 seconds. So they're saying at 7:13 and 8 seconds, you're going to see a white vehicle leave. So everything that we just said. So it tells you that it's coming from those cameras. You're going to see a partial view of Harrison. But see now at 19:22 and 5 seconds, do the math on that, because somehow it now jumped to being off by 9 minutes and 15 seconds, which is so weird because that is the length of Jennifer Drake's call with Brian Drake from 7:17 to 7:26. It was a 9-minute and 15-second phone call. Just super, like, always stuck out to me. Oh, look at that. 9 minutes and 8 seconds. There you go. Now all of a sudden it went from being off 8 minutes and 50 seconds, remember? To now they're saying it's off 9 minutes and 8 seconds. That's when I'm telling you that they're lying about that because they're trying to hide the 30 seconds that is missing from the Liberty Camera gas station. Here it comes. Oh, wait, what the heck just happened? Oh, sorry, hold on, let me show that. That just boot me from that. Is everybody able to understand it like this? Hopefully, I'm trying my best to I guess I can describe it. I mean, it's so bad. Okay, it's opening back up. Sorry about that. So hopefully this is helping. Is the other live happening? Please. Yes, it's happening. It's just pushed back a little bit. I was running a little bit behind today. Connie Lewis, I guess no live on the. Yeah, no, we just we start a little bit late. So. Right. It's as big as the screen. Okay, perfect. Things gonna go slow. Well, this is waiting to catch up.
Yeah, I saw her check. This is Brian Gregg, and then this is Dr. Moore, the suspect.
Yes.
Pause. This screen is the same document that we looked at previously that lists the location of the truck, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. And I think it's very important that whoever's trying to understand the video sequence understands this document, because this lays out in front of them what they're seeing as far as where the videos came from, what the timestamps were, a description of what it is you're looking at. Some videos show just taillights turning around a corner. If it wasn't for the video before or the video after, it wouldn't have significance. But each video validates the next. And so if we expect to see taillights turning a corner and we don't, then we have a problem, which is why the videos are in there, even if they just show taillights turning a corner. It's important that we show it because we expected to see it, and we do.
This is not a Hollywood movie where you see clearly a...
Okay, did you guys just see how all you guys saw is headlights? You don't see a vehicle at all. You just see headlights, okay? So boom, that's the one video. And now they're saying, okay, now we're going to go to this video. And again, looking up over here, coming from Mix, they're saying Dr. Guyman's, see, you see that there's a car coming in. It goes that way, they're saying. And then they're saying here it is across the street. This is the partial view from Harrison from the Liberty camera. So they're highlighting that area. Keep an eye on up over here. Right there. Those are the lights right there. That was back in that area. Again, look this way up over here by the stop sign. Right there. Okay. And then they say the next thing is they zoom in even more to catch that port. Okay. And then they're saying Moore's white Tundra left turn from Tyler onto southbound El Paso. So here's that, according to them. And you're going to get it from CarQuest security camera and Liberty. And so look up over this way. And this is from partial view of Tyler and El Paso. And this is from CarQuest. Oh, wait, did you just see something right there? That's so amazing. I'll replay that again because there's an ambulance that comes through. Okay. So watch right here. An ambulance. Here's about bug eye shot. But right back there, that was the car back there. Now, there's the ambulance. They're saying it's Moore's vehicle, this white Tundra. Okay. Then they're saying, again, partial view of Tyler and El Paso. If you look over here, you're going to see the white Tundra come out to go from Tyler to go left on El Paso. So look over here's a side street. There it is. This is Tyler. So it's going to be then going left on El Paso. Okay. Then they zoom in. And I want you to take a look. Look at what vehicle zoomed in on right here in the camera. A Tundra. Okay, there are white Tundras everywhere, but whatever. Then they're saying Moore's white Tundra. Like I said, everything that loop. So they're showing where it's coming from, Mr. Sudd's camera. So this is what it's going to do. It's cut through. Okay, do you hear that noise? Or is it just me? I just want to tell you guys, see that Tundra truck right there? I just want to tell you guys that some of these cameras have audio, and it's like, where is the audio? Like, why aren't you listening for gunshots? You know what I mean? Huh. So that's that. Then it's going to come around. And this is this mountain church. So from this side, that's where it's coming out. So they have like all these cameras in all these areas, which anybody who lives there is from there. You're going to know that all these places have cameras. Here's a partial view. So look out over here. See back there. And so mind you guys, this is at 7, look at 14 and 54 seconds, but this is off. I think a couple seconds, but that's when it's turning on at 95. So you're just seeing all these different angles. And now this is the infamous view that I like to use for everything. And this is the partial view of Denver Street and US 95. This is the Columbia Bank cameras. If you stay on one camera and you do a lot from it, then you can eliminate stuff. So this is the camera angle because this is Drake's here. There you go. And it's turning. And so this is the first right there. This is the first loop. And now let's see. And see how it kind of just stops, disappears. It's like a weird situation. And I've always wondered, but so they zoom in and there it is. Make a right. This is just showing you, but this is the Columbia Bank cameras. This right here in front of our faces is the coffee shop. But if you're looking back here, this is where the cars would turn on. That pilot's light comes on, and they don't. So then see how at least says at 1917. So, and they're hoping that nobody catches that. That means from 7:15 to, like I said, 7:17, this white truck is literally just chilling at the glass shop parking lot. And that's literally where Isaac Funderburg claims that he saw what's his name run towards, okay, Caleb. Oops. So they use this camera angle over here back at Liberty. And right after this car, right, see right there, that truck comes out and turns right. That's where that drive-through is. And then so it's showing, look, it zooms in. See this truck right here? This vehicle, this over there that was, if you back that up, it's important to know what type of vehicle that was turning in there. But that's the truck lights that just turned out and went over that way. And they don't really care what that truck is, but they should. Then again, 1917 and 45 seconds. Like I'm telling you, like Eldora Gatchel says that she sees this. This is why she couldn't leave and go the way that she wanted to. So again, it makes this like same loop that it's saying. And then it just shows it, like I said, like coming. Now think about the Idaho 4 case, man. It's like it's wild. I'm just gonna, you're gonna see it coming out from over here again. See 19, 17, and 52 seconds. So So 19, 18. $19, 18, and 20 seconds. That pilot is long gone. Here again, just this other angle. Right there. Now I want to show you guys what I caught on this. Just because I love y'all so much. Oopsies. Right. Pay attention to the car coming right. Hold on. Now, that one right there. That's Aaliyah Sandelin's car. With that car has Isaac Funderburg in it. Because he went to the store, remember, in her car. And so if he's not the one driving it, then Aaliyah had to be driving it. Because they already did everything. So now more 19, 17, 52 seconds. So this is what I'm trying to say. Like, remember the cameras that we're looking at over here? They were already at 19, 18, and 4 seconds. So Liberty, which they're going to use right here. But they're saying Moore's White Tundra, northbound Denver Street, right turn, northbound onto. So they're using the Liberty. And the Liberty it's interesting. Because I said, just fuck it, go with Columbia Bank and you're not going to go wrong. Take out all these other videos and just stick with this. Because that you can see Eldora's pilot leaves. And that's the most important video. Because she says that there's a white truck that's blocking her way. No white truck went in there yet. It does not happen until this second loop with this vehicle. Here's the white truck. It's going to make a right. And then we're going to watch it go and see what they should have had here before the white truck is doing this is to show that the pilot had already left, which I've showed over and over and over. So right here, white truck, now it's going to turn into far north right there. And it goes around like it says. I think they zoom in. See, they zoom in on it. So we know that it does that. But as you can see, it's like way after that Eldora Gatchel supposedly left. Well, here, her pilot left. That bitch didn't leave because she knew about the white truck pulling up like that. And so I said, well, what that looks like to me, motherfuckers, what it looks like to me, I'll be damned. But who's ever doing whatever with that truck, looks like it literally picked somebody up in the glass shop the first time around. And then the second time around, it was looking for somebody, right? And then so it comes back around and drives through there up by the blue door. And did somebody else pile up in that motherfucker? So, and the reason I say this is because Brian Drake is motherfucking long gone shot. But what they're saying is that, no, this is from the person who just cased the joint and then parks right here and then gets out and then walks on over. And I said, well, all of that maybe would be true, except Eldora Gatchel lied. Once Eldora Gatchel lied, it's over, right? It's over. So that's what he testifies to, Van Leuven. And then here is
US 90 driving from left. So this is from Liberty.
okay. So then here, all I care about is the cross-examination.
Yeah, okay. I have a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead.
This is this exhibit has already been.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
That's not big enough. I don't know what's in this.
The timestamp on the camera at Mr. Okay, hang on.
Okay.
The times don't match up to is exhibit 19.
And Mr. Duggan was opposed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so here it is. Matt Duggan. Show me how you do Dougie. Show me how you do it. And now this is his cross-examination of Detective Van Leuven and everything that he talked about. Okay, this is what he and Dana would have been sitting there, and they're like, okay, guys, we're ready. Here's cross-examination. Let's go. All right. So let's hear how they crossed him.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant. Good morning. We haven't met, but my name is Matt Duggan, and I represent the defendants in this case. I have a few questions about the videos in this case.
First of all, you don't say the defense. You just say Karen and Dan Moore. Like, why would you call them the defendants? Like, what a moron. Sorry.
Okay, in the next videos that you're going to see, before they're adjusted for white balance, you're not going to see anything because it's black. But once you adjust for white balance, you'll see a figure running.
Take me a moment to go through.
Right from your office on camera. Okay. Then we have a figure walking from the backside of your office down towards Grace. Okay. Then we have gunfire. And we have a witness hear that gunfire. Yeah. And we have a figure walking denying fire. Yeah. And we have
Match up to the actual times.
Okay, here. Sorry.
All right, that's all the questions I have for you, Detective Sergeant Van Leuven.
And just a point of clarification, I believe that was exhibit 19, not 17.
Yes, exhibit. I call this is exhibit 19.
And Mr. Duggan was opposed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
Good morning.
We haven't met, but my name is Matt Duggan, and I represent the defendants in this case. I have a few questions about the videos in this case. These videos that we've seen today were prepared in the criminal case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in some of those videos, the times don't match up to the actual times, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many of the videos show inaccurate times?
It might take me a moment to go through.
He's asked how many different videos aren't correct with the times. And he finally says it's, 4 videos. Okay.
This exhibit has already been.
6:02 p.m. by like 9 minutes and change. The actual time is 7:13:08, so 20:13:08 is 8:13:08, so that's off by 1 hour.
Okay, cool. Can we just say that he just starts right off with these videos? Detective Van Leuven testified about so much more shit before the videos, right? Okay. So, right. So like, he just says he wants to talk about these videos.
We've already talked about Diamond. We talked about CarQuest. Yes, sir. I'll stick with that. Four of them are off.
4 videos.
Okay, and do I understand correctly that you used a stopwatch to reconcile these cases?
He doesn't say how did you determine, I don't know, that the killing was at, or the shooting was at 7:29. Like, you don't want to touch on that?
We use some form of timekeeping of phone or something to basically just put a pause pause on when a certain color of vehicle or set of vehicles would go by a camera, so we could confirm that on the other camera that had the correct time, that the same set of vehicles was going by in sequence at the same time period, which is how we corroborated the times.
And how did you determine that those same vehicles were traveling through those cameras at a time that correlated with your investigation?
We saw, I observed them on the video camera. I observed the vehicles driving by.
How did you correlate that this is when the murder was in your investigation? He totally like just Detective Van Leuven, what are you answering right there? What did you think the question was? What does any of this have anything to do with the murder?
They were in sequence, but vehicles that were unique enough.
He said that he used a stopwatch to determine how which one was off. I mean, it's wild. Like that. No, that's not even. What do you need to use a stopwatch? Stopwatch for what? We would use a stopwatch, and then we would wait till we saw the next vehicle to determine how it was. How did you determine that was right? That one was right though, or that you have to have something there? You have to use a DVR, you motherfucking moron. That's how you determine it. DVR them with your phone when you're watching something in real time, you fucktard. So like if you would go and get the cameras, let's say the next day, you would want to look at the DVR, see what it's saying, look at what your phone's saying, you stupid fuck. Then you would take a screenshot of your phone, take a picture of the DVR and take a picture of the screen to show what time it is on your phone, use a newspaper in the background, you know what I mean? You're going to have timestamps then and you're going to see all of this shit. Okay? You fucktard. That's what you would do. How does this motherfucker not know that? But he's like, I do know that, but I can't talk about that. Because guess what? We don't have any of that in evidence. Because we didn't take any DVRs. Who are you gonna rely on in your criminal case? None of this is admissible.
Color and shape and size to say, okay, when you see this red Ford pickup, I'm making this up. When you see this red Ford pickup followed by this silver Toyota car, followed 4 seconds later by this semi-truck hauling this tractor. When you see that in sequence on both videos, then you corroborate that, okay, this is the correct time.
Okay, and it's possible that those vehicles that you saw could have been traveling through those security cameras at different times, coincidentally, correct?
Anything's possible.
Okay.
What a stupid question. Sure, you're right. Now what he just showed. Oh my God, they retried Dr. Moore after this? They're trying to. Yeah, they said they're going to arrest him.
And you referred several times during your testimony to Mr. Moore's direction of travel and Mr. Moore's truck. Is it true that you were not able to identify the driver of that truck?
We were not able to identify the driver of the truck from the videos. Mr. Moore put himself in the truck during interviews.
Okay. And aside from his statement, that's the only evidence that you have that he was in that truck at that time?
His statements and his friend, the coroner's statements.
Would those be statements that were made when? What statements are you referring to? Because on direct examination, you claimed that you couldn't recall everything that you guys talked about and that you would need a report to recollect your memory. Now you remember what you all talked about. So can you enlighten us with what was said then by Dr. Moore?
Mm-hmm. And you can't say with certainty that the white Toyota Tundra that you're referring to as Dan Moore's truck was actually Dan Moore's truck, can you?
Well,
it's a yes or a no, sir. That's what you would say there, Matt. You don't let somebody on cross-examination have command over the mic. Listen to what happens here.
If I could, there was a number of factors that contributed to our conclusion about that and made us feel very comfortable that that was the truck.
That wasn't my question.
One being the license plate. It had an Idaho wildlife license plate. You can see that license plate with the correct numbers in the Dr. Guyman videos.
Wait. I just showed you guys the Dr. Guyman videos. What license plate can you see? You can't.
A portion of those numbers are correct, and it's the correct license plate. Again, it was unique.
Detective, correct me if I'm wrong. You attempted to get probable cause arrest warrant for my client, right? With everything except for the confession, right? And you can't even establish probable cause, correct? And you've tried twice, right? So does that mean that you needed to violate my client's rights in order to get him arrested for this case?
Vehicle, there are no other white Toyota Tundras that appear that way in that area that we've seen on any of the cameras other than Dr. Moore's truck. That vehicle was seen parked at his...
Letting him talk like this, Your Honor, this is unresponsive. This is unresponsive.
Office, where we subsequently recorded surveillance footage of photographs of that truck parked at that office, and I had observed prior to any of this that truck parked at that office. So
you keep saying that, Detective Van Leuven. You keep wanting to insert that. I've noticed this truck way before anything. I noticed this truck. Where in any report that you submitted did you ever say during a canvass? In fact, you guys went out and canvassed the area, didn't you? You went out and canvassed the area, didn't you? Well, do you recall what was written on that canvas report? Do you need me to present it to you? It's supplemental 63 or 56 or 65. And your little hoes were running around, writing down every license plate in town and the make and models of these cars. Where's Dr. Moore's? Oh, that's right. It's not on your canvas, right? There's no report that mentioned you keep wanting to say this. Those facts aren't in evidence.
is it possible that there's another truck that was in that area? I don't know. He described where he was going to be, where he was that day. We confirmed through the video that indeed we see his truck coming from his house, which is where he said he came from, turning into the street towards his friend's house, which is where he said he was going.
Isn't it true that my client told you that he walked up from Mick's house, that he walked up from Mick's to his truck? He didn't drive it up there. He walked up to it. Did you ever notice that in his interview, as well as in Mick Millet's interview? That Dan Moore said he walked up to his office. Did you ever wonder why he would have to walk from his office walk from Mick's house to his office? Did you ever ask him why he would have ever had to do that when you were interviewing my client, detective? You never inquired why he would have had to walk from Mick's to his office. Could it be because he didn't have his vehicle? Is that at all a possibility? Isn't it true in your preliminary hearing, Detective Van Leuven, that you said you didn't know anything about this white truck until Leslie Lehman, your detective, overheard that Dr. Moore said he was at Mick's and she runs over to you and she said, "Hey, Dr. Moore's he wasn't at Mick's because his truck is at his office." Isn't that what you testified to at the preliminary hearing? I mean, Matt, what the fuck are you doing? I don't even know what question to ask him yet. What do I do now? You don't know shit about this case, and I fucking spoon-fed it to you motherfuckers.
where he said he took his truck to go park to use the bathroom. I mean,
No, and in fact, he never said he took his truck to go use the bathroom. Where is that said? Isn't it true that you interviewed my client on March 24th, 2020, and you said it was for just like what? You were just introducing your guys' selves, but you weren't present, right? So you're recording other people on March 24th, as well as between March 12th and March 24th, you're having all of your detectives record everybody, right? And here you have your detectives go and have a meet and greet with Dr. Moore on March 24th, and neither your detective Alderson or Leslie Lehman record the conversation. Is that correct? So you're telling me you're interviewing Isaac Funderburg. He's on the 13th. You got that hoe that was fucking Drake, Stephanie Butler. You interviewed her a bunch of times. You got she's probably getting on all fours, bowing down like the Lord, you know, the stuff that they were doing over there at Silverwood. Anyways, you got all these interviews, Paul Jacobson, Eldora, Emma Fields. You are interviewing all these people and recording all of these interviews until you get to my client on March 24th, 2020, 12 days, and you have a meet and greet because you say you're canvassing the neighborhood. Well, if you were canvassing the neighborhood, right, and everybody's writing down license plates and where's Dr. Moore's fucking truck that was just sticking out to you and you just knew about it, man? Where's the interview that any good detective would be telling his other detectives to recording interviews, right? March 24th, there's a written report by Leslie Lehman and Rich Alderson. Where's the fucking recording? Oh, we didn't do. Why wouldn't you record how many? Then let me ask you a question here, detective. How many other meet and greets did you have with other people that you didn't record?
is it possible that somebody else's truck? Frankly, I don't think it's possible. I think that given all of that put together, that's beyond a reasonable doubt that that's his truck.
Okay, so it's possible that
If it was beyond a reasonable doubt that it's his truck, then how the fuck can't you get probable cause for the arrest? You are such a fucking liar. How about this, detective? I'll even give you this. Let's say it is his truck. I'm gonna dance with you, bro. Let's say it is his truck. Let's go back to this whole, what time do you think the time of the crime was again? 7:26 p.m.? Where are you getting invalidating that time of the crime, 7:26? Because he was on the phone with his wife when he was shot. How did you determine that? How? And the answer is you didn't determine that. Jennifer Drake said that, and that's it. But in fact, it's pretty much implied, though, when you take everybody else's statements into account and the lies about the white truck from Eldora Gatchel and that she was still there, and Stephen Hartman and the Columbia Bank cameras to show what time that they talked to Isaac Funderburg, all those things, right? That I've gone over so many times. The time of the crime is not 7:26 p.m. The time of the crime is before 7 o'clock. So I don't give a fuck what that white truck is doing at 7:14, you dumb fuck. That's how I feel. And that's why you can't even get probable cause, even though you think you can prove this case beyond any reasonable doubt. That's laughable. And in fact, Jennifer Drake should be embarrassed to have you representing this case.
it may not be his truck and it may not be him driving, correct?
I don't think it's possible that that's not his truck. No, I think it's possible that that's not him driving other than his own words.
Okay, and wildlife Idaho license plates are common in that part of Idaho, correct?
I don't know what the percentage of Idaho wildlife plates are. They're not uncommon.
Okay, and did you or any of your team ever take a look at how many white Toyota Tundras matching that model year had Idaho wildlife plates?
Wait a second. Did you just hear this? Did you guys ever see how many white Tundras matching that description there were? It's like the Idaho 4. It's like the Idaho 4. How many white Elantras? 22,000? 22,000?
I believe Gary Tolleson did some work into looking into how many white Toyota Tundras
He said that Gary Tolson did some work into looking into how many white Tundras. I bet Gary Tolson did some work into that fucking Elantra too.
there were that were registered in North Idaho at the time. I don't know the results of his findings.
All right, the white Toyota Tundra pickup truck is not an uncommon vehicle, is it?
No.
And in fact, at the Liberty gas station camera system, during your testimony, there was a white Toyota Tundra pickup truck parked at the gas pumps, isn't that correct?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
Okay. And then when you testified about a white Toyota Tundra driving behind the car wash stalls, I mean, when I watched that video, it was difficult to say even what make or model of truck that was. How do you determine that that was the truck that's involved in your investigation?
Well, I personally own 3 of them, so they're distinct.
I personally own 3 white Tundra trucks. Yeah, this attorney is so bad. Heather, how bad is this shit? How bad is this shit? How bad is this shit? You guys, this is awful.
To me.
B, how bad is this? How bad's Matt? Matt sucks dick. You know when Bella goes that, like, damn.
A white Toyota Tundra of that model year with those markings and body parts. So it was fairly obvious to me that that was a Toyota Tundra.
All right, and you recall the video clip where we just saw, we didn't see a vehicle, but we just saw headlights on pavement, a vehicle in motion. Do you remember that video clip?
The one from Dr. David's office?
Yes.
Yes.
And how did you determine that was relevant to this investigation?
Well, again, this goes back to each video needing to confirm the next. So if we see a motion of a vehicle moving from this camera angle, this direction, at this date and time, then we should expect to see corresponding images on the next camera picking that vehicle up or picking that motion up. So even if we don't see a clear depiction of the vehicle, if we see headlights or lights from a vehicle, when and where we expect to see them, then that corroborates to me that we're on the right track, that video. If we didn't see the lights, that'd be a problem, let me put it that way.
But isn't it true that those lights could have been from any vehicle driving at night at that time?
No, I don't believe so. I've spent many hours with this case and with these videos.
Right there, you got him. He said it. I spent many hours, many nights with these videos, and he did. And that's when you said, thank you. I thought that you did. Okay, so I got a couple questions to ask you. Did you guys ever have a working Excel spreadsheet you got all these people that you're trying to get their whereabouts down, and if they if they told you something, you're trying to corroborate their statements. So was there ever a working document that you had an Excel spreadsheet where you're looking at the cameras to verify what people were saying to you? Okay, so do you remember interviewing an Eldora Gatchel? And she told you that there was this white truck that was parked with its running lights on, and you used that in your probable cause affidavit, didn't you? But if you were watching these videos for hours upon hours in the evenings, you would have known that Eldora Gatchel couldn't have possibly seen a white truck with its running lights on unless she lied to you. Well, because Eldora Gatchell's pilot leaves before the white truck gets there, doesn't it? And in fact, you filled out probable cause affidavit, which is under the pains of penalty and perjury and all that crap, right? And you're supposed to, not omit exculpatory evidence, right? And so if you would have actually put down on your Excel spreadsheet that you used to obtain probable cause, and you would have entered in the 7:16 and 20-second timestamp of Eldora's pilot pulling away, that would have been exculpatory, right, for Dan, my client. But more importantly, early on in the investigation, you would have realized that Eldora Gatchell was not being honest with you because there was no white truck there, but it does come later. And so wouldn't it kind of wonder, like, oh, wait, how does she know about a white? Is this broad a witch? Can she read the future? I mean, who is this broad, right? Did you ever bring her back in and ask her how she knew about a white truck if she, in fact, left on her pilot? And let's go back to this eyewitness. Isn't it true that you told Jennifer Drake and Gary Tolson in one of Jennifer Drake's interviews that the eyewitness Isaac Funderburg to a T identified Caleb Cohen Azara as basically the person running away from Dr. Drake's office? You don't recall any of this? Well, it looks like we're going to be here a lot longer, and I'm so sorry that you're sick, detective. Do you need another water? Because it's going to be a minute.
I keep saying this over and over again, and it takes a while for people to let it sink in. Each video corroborates the next and the one before it. Each video has to exist. The image has to exist for it to be true. So when you see one, you should expect to see movement or light on the next.
And exactly, detective, and that would hold true with Eldora Gatchell. You would expect, right? You would expect to what? If Eldora Gatchell was telling you that she saw a white truck and she couldn't leave out the way, right? You would expect to see a white truck there, right? But you don't see one. And you don't see it until after the pilot leaves. So how did Eldora Gatchell, though, know that a white truck would come and pull up in that lot and park up by and with its running lights on and wait like 19 seconds like it did? How in the fuck would Eldora Gatchell know about that unless she is still fucking there, you dumb fat fuck? Explain that to me. Explain that to the fucking magistrate judge here, whoever the fuck she is. Explain it to Jennifer Drake and their whole fucking family and your shitty ass job that you did. Her beautiful husband was murdered. Their kids are without a father, and you fucking sucked at finding who the fucking killer was. How do you sleep at night? Well, I'm still alive because I'm keeping them secrets. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. This is disgusting.
You do see it.
But how did you determine that vehicle lights without the vehicle's identification or photo in that clip?
And Matt, you are just awful. I can't even listen to you.
The problem is if you didn't.
I got two fucking idiots talking to each other right now. I mean, so when I say that I hand and spoon fed it to these people, hey, can you, in my tub out there, I think up on top, I think it's my 21 pages of how to cross Van Leuven. It's right there in that tub. Like, can you see if it's right on top? Right outside the door. I thought I put it over there. It's saying never going to trial. Oh. Yeah, he's just asking a question. He hasn't tried to impeach him once. No. What is it?
The only thing that's not in the tub that's somewhat this is like something like this.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
no, it's like a typed up sheet. It's like,
Yeah, no, I don't know.
listen to this idiot. I mean, this is just so god awful.
We can confirm through the video that indeed we've seen this truck coming from his house, which is where it said he came from.
I was asked to provide expert opinions as to the economic damages.
Oh wait, hold on.
Well, can you yes.
And how did you do that?
Through the course of this entire investigation, through hundreds of supplements, hundreds of interviews,
Wait.
see the figure.
Able to identify that human figure?
Yes, we observed where the white tender was parked. I also assigned surveillance teams to go out and take photographs of the white pickup that were later entered into evidence, showing Dr. Moore coming to and from the vehicle parked there at his office.
And you recall testifying about a video clip with a deer and a human figure in it?
Yes,
And isn't it true that from that video clip you were not able to identify that human figure?
yes.
You testified that there were two witnesses who saw a person come from near Drake's office, but you were not able to identify that person either, is that correct?
No, there was one person that saw the figure coming from Dr. Drake's office, which was Mr. Thunderberg. His girlfriend did not see the figure coming from the office.
That's a fucking lie. That is a lie. Aaliyah Sandelin says it in her interview. Van Leuven says that Aaliyah Sandelin didn't see the figure running. Dude, what are these people smoking?
Just inside the apartment.
Okay, am I correct that you were not able to identify who that figure was?
He was not able to identify who that figure was.
And were you able to?
He just asked him. That was the only good question he asked. He's like, were you able to identify him? Okay. So he said, was Isaac able to identify him? And the thing is, Isaac couldn't give a positive ID on that it was Caleb Cohen Azara. But he gave the description of him, which eliminates Dr. Moore, to the point that I interviewed Isaac Funderburg and he said, it was not Dr. Moore. That is not who I saw. I did not even see him anywhere around anything. He was a witness on Dr. Moore's list and said that he would testify. And he said he would turn over all of his stuff without even a subpoena. And what do these fucking idiots do? They took their dick and put it up in their own mouth.
Was I able to identify that figure? Well, can you yes.
And how did you do that?
Through the course of this entire investigation, through hundreds of supplements, hundreds of interviews.
He just totally let that. Do you understand what he just asked him? Were you able to identify that person? Like the person that Isaac saw. And he just no, he says, Van Leuven says, yes, I was able to identify him. Excuse me? Were you there? But Matt's stupid. The way that you question Matt is so bad. You say, isn't it true, detective, that after Isaac Funderburg, and you went back and saw Jennifer Drake after the ISP people talked to Isaac Funderburg and he gave his eyewitness account, you told Jennifer Drake that Isaac Funderburg identified to a T Caleb Cohen Azara. Isn't that correct? Isn't that correct? And the answer is yes, it is correct. So you told Jennifer Drake that the person that Isaac Funderburg, it's like I gave you all 156 questions in chronological order, all typed up beautifully for you, because Dr. Moore asked me to do it and I did it. I did your job that you got paid $200,000 to do. The Moores came here to get binders worth of exhibits that were all printed because you guys didn't do anything. And you knew this.
The full context of the evidence, there's no doubt in our minds as an agency who did this, and all the evidence points that direction. So I could go into that this is.
There is no doubt in our mind to who did this as an agency. What? Well, 55,000 people on this channel would never find Dr. Moore guilty. So I have no idea how your crackerjack box fucking brain in your cohorts are saying that you know who did this and that it's Dr. Moore.
An extended conversation. I don't know how much you want me to talk about.
Wait.
Figure? Well, can you yes.
And how did you do that?
Through the course of this entire investigation, through hundreds of supplements, hundreds of interviews, the full context of the evidence.
What supplemental interview did you do, Detective Van Leuven, where Dan Moore's name was mentioned by any witness except for your 90-year-old SOI that had to bail on out because y'all lied about what that fucking broad knew? Celinda Holderman, Ed Holderman's fucking broad, lying her fucking pretty little teeth off. You call yourselves Christians in that neighborhood. There is not one supplemental report of witnessing or interviewing any person where they say Dan Moore is the fucking guy. Go get him. Here's all this shit I have on him. What supplemental report did Dan Moore's name come up in? I mean, Jill has to be watching this saying, oh my God. No wonder Matt and Dana are so jealous of Jill fucking Bolton, man. All Dana and fucking Matt talk about is how much they hate Jill Bolton. Well, now I know why. Jealousy.
No doubt in our minds as an agency who did this, and all the evidence points that direction. So I could go into that, but this is an extended conversation. I don't know how much you want me to talk about.
Who does Van Leuven think that he is on the stand when he's under cross-examination, right? And he's saying these ridiculous statements. And here's Matt just letting him be non-motherfucking responsive.
Okay, and at this point in the investigation, you were already focusing on Daniel Moore, is that correct?
At what point in the investigation?
When you had the conversation with Mr. Funderburg about the witness and the identified by you.
Mr. Funderburg was identified as a witness that night and was interviewed by Detective Ryan with the Bonners Ferry Police Department. He described that night what he saw. This was weeks before we were ever looking at Dr. Moore as a person of interest.
And you had involvement in the interview with Dan Moore, is that correct?
And why? So then, why wouldn't Matt say, okay? And so, who did Isaac Funderburg say that he saw? What did he describe? He just moves right on from that. He doesn't even. This is so bad.
I conducted 2 interviews with Dr. Moore, one at his office, which was, I understand, the second interview that we had conducted with him. The first one was a very early preliminary interview where we were basically canvassing the area and interviewing anyone that might have seen anything suspicious or observed anything. This was before I learned of the gas leak. Once I learned of the gas leak, then I went back with Detective Aldridge.
Okay, so now he kind of impeaches himself because he said his people learned early on. So he's saying when Dan Moore was interviewed on March 24th, he did not know of the gas leak yet. Okay, he did not know of the gas leak. And the reason that they got rid of that interview is because, well, I can only imagine if Dan Moore said something, okay, that could have actually been of use, right? But hey, we can't go back and talk to him, let his fucking mind wander, whatever, blah, blah. Who the fuck knows what you people were doing?
Person to re-interview Dr. Moore.
You wait, I thought it wasn't an interview. I thought it was just canvas. Now it's an interview? Now you're calling it an interview? To re-interview him? I thought it wasn't an interview. I mean, Matt, you are pathetic.
That was the first time I interviewed him. The second time I interviewed him was at the sheriff's annex.
Okay,
And isn't it true during the first time that you interviewed him, you asked Dr. Moore where he was at 7, right? Not 7:26, not 7:30, but you were asking everybody else where they were at 7:30. Is there a subliminal reason for that there, detective? Did you know that Brian Drake was actually murdered at 7, not 7:30? Because you specifically asked Dr. Moore when you interviewed him on May 19th, hey, where were you at 7? And he said he was, I probably would have been at Mix unless, I wasn't feeling good that night. So I don't know what time, whatever, but that's where I was until I went home. Right? Why did you ask? And he was telling the truth, right? Because based on your videos here, 7 o'clock, you don't see that truck moving until what, 7:13 or whatever? Why did you ask Dr. Moore where he was at 7 on May 19th?
points when you were interviewing Mr. Miller, did he request an attorney?
He asks him at different points when you were interviewing Dr. Moore, did he ask for an attorney? Here's what Van Leuven says.
When I was interviewing Dr. Moore,
Your Honor, I'm going to need your help here in instructing the witness. I simply asked him a yes or no question. So if I need to be clear right now, I really need Detective Van Leuven to answer yes or no. Okay, to questions that I'm asking. Detective Van Leuven, yes or no? Did my client ask for an attorney when you were interviewing him? I believe that this line of questioning, though, is stupid. Okay? Because this isn't for a jury.
at the sheriff's annex, I essentially accused him of killing Dr. Drake.
What is he talking about? Again, what was the question? Did my client ask for an attorney when you interviewed him? Here's the answer that Matt lets him give.
Interview Dr. Moore. That was the first Dr. Moore one at his office, which was, I understand, the second interview that we had conducted with him. The first one was a very early preliminary interview where we were basically canvassing the area and interviewing anyone that might have seen anything suspicious or observed anything. This was before I learned.
Isn't it true, detective, that you didn't interview anybody preliminary to ask them if they saw anything that night? What individuals did you go up to and ask them if they saw anything? Oh, you're referring to your May 6th canvas. Is that correct? I think we did one on May 6th, yeah. And so it's your testimony here today that you did a neighborhood canvass on March 24th. Did you supply a supplemental report for the March 24th canvass? Because we don't have that. The defense doesn't have that.
Of the gas leak. Once I learned of the gas leak, then I went back with Detective Alderson to re-interview Dr. Moore. That was the first time I interviewed him. The second time I interviewed him was at the sheriff's annex.
Okay, and during any points when you were interviewing Mr. Moore, did he request an attorney?
When I was interviewing Dr. Moore at the sheriff's annex, I essentially accused him of killing Dr. Drake. And his response to me was, well, if that's what you guys think, then I guess I'm going to need a lawyer. At that point, Detective Tollison and I...
Your Honor, at this point, the response is unresponsive now at this point. He has to... This is a type of guy that has to explain every answer. Okay? And it's the type of guy that you can get really combative with. And honestly, for a jury, you can make this guy spin like a twizz whiz lumpity flumpy flump that he is. He's selling a story. He's sticking to his narrative. And his narrative isn't worth the paper that it's written on.
area.
Okay, and what other law enforcement officers interviewed Mr. Moore?
The only other person that I know that interviewed, I'd have to go back and look at the original supplements, but I believe it was, I don't know. There was two detectives from my office that conducted the early interviews that I spoke of, where they did canvassing interviews at his office. I think one of those was Detective Leuven and maybe Detective Alderson, or it could have been Detective Leuven and another detective from my office. Without looking at that supplement, I don't recall who interviewed him first. Subsequent to us interviewing him in the sheriff's annex.
Isn't it true, Detective, that my client told you that he was at Mick Millet's house up until he hadn't left when he went to the, to go to his office, that was after the radio came over, like the page came over on the scanner for Mick at Mick's house? Yes or no, Detective? Yes. Now, you interviewed Mick Millet, and he passed the polygraph, didn't he? And you asked Mick Millet a bunch of different questions, of which you asked Mick if my client left before or after the scanner, right? And what did he say? He said he didn't leave until after it came over the scanner. Correct, right? Don't you think it would behoove Matt to talk about his alibi witness? Let's see if Matt talks about it. Don't you think it would behoove Matt and their defense team to talk about the fact that the trajectory that they testified to at the beginning does not match the report, and that he is not qualified to talk about Sally Aiken's fucking shit?
Deputy Chief Ryan interviewed him that day.
Okay, and did you watch the interview with Officer Ryan?
At a later point I did, but not at the time.
All right, so you're aware that Mr. Moore made several requests for an attorney and speaking of Detective Ryan, correct?
I'm aware that he made several references to an attorney. As far as whether he clearly asked for an attorney, I think that's up for debate.
All right, and did he ever speak to an attorney during any of these interviews?
No.
And why is that?
Well, you'd have to ask him that.
I mean, if he asked for an attorney, wouldn't it be up to law enforcement to provide him with an attorney?
So it is accepted law enforcement practice to determine if a person has invoked their rights to an attorney, and if so, to cease questioning and to basically either let them go or book them into jail, at which time they can contact an attorney or the courts will appoint one for them at their arraignment or first hearing. We don't contact attorneys for people almost never. So no, we don't call attorneys for people.
Okay, and am I hearing you correctly that you do not believe that Mr. Moore invoked his right to speak with an attorney?
As you know, this is a complicated subject that endured significant litigation in this matter. It was my view and remains my view that the statements that Dr. Moore made referencing an attorney were not clear. They were vague.
Listen to this motherfucker. That they were not clear, they were vague.
Mr. Ryan several times asked him point blank if he wanted an attorney, if he wanted to stop talking. He was not clear about that. So my answer to you is no, I don't believe he clearly asked for an attorney.
Okay, and the criminal court disagreed with that interpretation, is that correct?
The initial court or the Supreme Court?
Well, either one.
Both.
I think that the Supreme Court overruled the district court in their finding that his confession was coerced.
Right, but I'm not asking if it was coerced, I'm just asking about his right to speak with an attorney.
I don't recall.
Look at this. Look at him. He's acting like he doesn't know that you got sued over it. You were getting sued at the federal court level. What is wrong with you, Van Leuven? Do you have amnesia?
To the best of my recollection, the district court found that he'd asked for an attorney. I don't recall what, if anything, if that argument was made at the Supreme.
How do you not know this? You do know this because otherwise you'd be able to arrest him and use the friggin' statements against him. You lying sack of shit.
And what is the state of the criminal case now against Mr. Moore?
The Idaho State Police are prepared to move forward with any decision that the Boundary County Prosecuting Attorney's Office wants to make.
Okay, but there are no criminal charges pending against him at this time, right?
That's correct.
Right. And you testified that Mr. Moore was present during the gas leak, is that correct?
Yes.
And you stated that in your opinion, was a suicide attempt, is that right?
Yes.
And is there any evidence that that was a suicide attempt, or is that just speculation?
Well, one of the interviews, I conducted a couple, 3 interviews regarding that, trying to determine whether that was an accident or whether that was intentional. One of the interviews was with the fire chief. He indicated that he had never responded to a gas leak like that, that it was suspicious to him. And then we interviewed the person from the gas company who told us that in that particular case, that particular fitting would not just come loose on its own, that someone would have to loosen it. So based on those 2 things and the fact that the room he was in was just at the top of the stairs from where the gas leak occurred, and according to the people that responded, the smell of gas was overwhelming in the building. I concluded that this was not an accident.
All right, and none of those witnesses you just referred to told you that it was an attempted suicide, correct?
No, I inferred that.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Thank you. It's 11:52. Mr. Erland, Mr. Duggan, Ms. Bo-
That is all Matt asked, Detective Van Leuven. I don't even know. For $200,000, you couldn't even help your clients out to get so much put on the record that it would be able to be used as impeachment down the road if this should ever, for whatever reason, go to a criminal trial. This is disgusting. This is ineffective assistance of counsel. He asked him somewhere there. I don't know. Maybe we got.
I think
At the top of the stairs, from the district court found that he'd asked for an attorney. I don't
really fast before we go on down on 1 through 16.
Maybe it comes back up when he. I can't remember, but I know that they asked. He's asked somewhere in between all this crap where the case stands or something. And it's he said that that basically they're just waiting for the Boundary County prosecutor to pull the trigger. So did he? Did I miss it?
Can you
We have an
have
According to Jennifer Drake, she said she broke her silence. She said, what is it? I don't even know. I guess let's see what she did. 1 hour ago. I think it is time that I respond to the previous postings. Those details are completely untrue. I have no idea what she's talking about. The entire Zoom platform was open to anybody and everybody. That's not true. It was not open to anybody. And I know what okay, here. I'll show you. She's responding to a Boundary County Watchman Facebook post. So let's see here. I barely go on Facebook. Let me see. I should see. Boundary County Watchman. Let's see. Okay, 1 hour ago. It says, need your help. Boundary County Watchman says, need your help. If you were denied access to the Dr. Drake versus Dr. Moore default hearing on January 29th, 2025, please email me your testimony so I can include it in my complaint letter. I have already received multiple emails from people who were also denied entry, stating they are supporters of Dr. Daniel Moore. This raises serious concerns about whether only Jennifer Drake supporters were allowed in. The Zoom host even stated that there was a list determining who could attend, and this is accurate. I was told, I have screenshots. Who could attend? Who created this list and who submitted names? Shockingly, even Dr. Moore himself, who was the defendant, was unable to watch. That's what it was told to me. Again, I wasn't there. Determine who. Okay. Your experiences are crucial in addressing this issue. Please email me your testimony and I will add it to my complaint. So then it says, let's see these comments. All right. First comment. I'm as close to family to the Drakes as you can get, and I logged in an hour before. As soon as the trial started, I was kicked off. I watched the YouTuber that she referenced calling the court demanding access to the live stream the trial. Jennifer has many friends and supporters here in Texas and other states, and none of us were able to get on and see any of the proceeding. This was not a bias against Dan Moore. I have no idea if it was a bias against Dan Moore, or I think it was. Point being is that she posted the link. Jennifer Drake posted the link in her 1,300 page Facebook group. Once she did that, clearly it's, I didn't post the link at all. It should have been available to the public. We were not in the Zoom in the beginning to hear this extra wording used by the judge, because under no circumstances would I ever go against a judge's order. Okay, so we were not in there at that time. Immediately when it was known that we cannot be doing what we're doing, we were off, and guess what? That video was privated immediately. I don't act like the corruption I'm trying to expose. We would be no better. Okay, so then next comment is from Brian Jennifer Drake. Yes, it was Dan's online troll who is posting all of this now. I didn't post anything that caused you all to be kicked off as she chose to ignore the courtroom rules. Jennifer, are you slandering me now? I am no one's troll, number one. Number two, I didn't cause anybody to be kicked off. Dana did all that. And no, we didn't. Your courtroom rules, yeah, no. They were in no decorum order. Don't even know if you know what that word means, but I'm sure you'll sleuth it out, Jen. Jennifer just wrote that 20 minutes ago, so I'm sure she's watching. Brian Jennifer Drake says, I think it is time that I respond to the previous postings. Those details are completely untrue. The entire Zoom platform was open to anybody and everybody. After the system crashed, because too many people were trying to get on, we had to limit to whoever was already waiting in the waiting room. As the hearing continued on, which you guys have to remember, this is how I know that this is a lie. I was not, you guys watch this. We were not in there. Okay? We were not in there. The Zoom had already started. We weren't in there at all. They then select my name to then put me in. You had to be selected. I was selected to be put in. Okay? Because the Moors themselves could not even get in there. That's what I was told. They couldn't even get in. As the hearing continued on, we had to stop immediately because we found that Dan's hired online troll was live streaming the case illegally. She says illegally. Jen. Yes, they had to stop and start over again. Nobody started over again, for the record. So again, I mean, her little words that she likes to use are just so Jen-esque of her. The decision was then made that extended family members were the priority. Even I had very close friends who were denied access because there was no room. Any of you that believe these lies are doing yourselves a great disservice. They truly tried to let as many in as possible. Well, why didn't they just let the stream happen and then everybody could have watched it? Really? Dan and Karen Moore were both on the Zoom link. She says, I personally saw Karen's face throughout while avoiding the courtroom from her Merritt Island, Florida home. Jesus. These details are such a blatant lie. What details would those be? We have the screenshots. I don't know what you're talking about, Jennifer. She says it's actually laughable. Jen, I'm just trying to get your truth out, baby girl. Don't concern yourselves as NBC Dateline had a camera crew in the courtroom throughout the entire hearing. You all will get the truth from an actual reliable source when it is broadcast nationally. Jen, do you think that they're just going to broadcast your 3-hour fucking hearing? It's an edited version. And let me tell you something. Dateline is very unbiased. And so I'm confident that if the Moors wanted to be part of the Dateline, that Shane Bishop would allow it. Just saying. She said that, as a reminder, every single person had the right to join us in the courtroom, like many, many people who drove hours to be present. Kelly Fisk says, as someone who was in the courtroom, I can attest that the Drake family had zero control over the Zoom link. I personally believe that they did not either. I think that this was all handled prior to anything would have started. And I know for a fact that it was not Jennifer nor her attorney who made mention of the Zoom link. It was Dana fucking Bose. So, as a matter of fact, I would say they were actually just as upset because they had family and supporters who had planned on watching and couldn't. If you went to lodge a complaint, talk to the court. They were unable to accommodate anyone over 25 people. And see, now that to me doesn't seem, that doesn't make sense because Zoom's rooms are like, there's some that are like 100, 300, 500. Not only that, but the moment that the Moores were unable to get into the Zoom meeting, the case was stopped, which was maybe 5 minutes into it, and their lawyer got them on FaceTime where they remained for the day. Yeah, because they couldn't get on the Zoom link. So if they were on FaceTime, then that actually contradicts everything that Karen or that Jennifer Drake is saying, that Karen was on the Zoom link. So Kelly basically, someone get a screenshot of that right now, because Kelly is basically proving that Jennifer Drake just lied up above. That because she was like, I was able to see, you know, Dan and Karen Moore were both on the Zoom link. I personally saw Karen's face throughout while avoiding the courtroom from her Merritt Island, Florida home. Jesus. Jen, you're fucking insane, girl. Shit. Where's my $10,000, Jen? Go get Eldora Gatchel. How many people you think Brian Drake has had sex with? Lots, from what I've been told. Those sources, though. I wonder if Dateline's going to cover the Tatiana three-way, because I think Tatiana's hot. All right, so let's see. I agree with Kelly here. Kelly says, not everything is some crazy conspiracy. Totally agree with you. It was literally just technology. No. And like Jennifer said, anyone could be there at the hearing physically. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, this trial couldn't just be live streamed, especially when minor children are testifying. No, because guess what? When minor children testify, you guys, just like any proceeding, the camera's not on, okay? And the audio is not on. So there's been the Karen Reed trial, definitely out there. Again, no huge conspiracy or trying to keep anything from the public. That's literally why a court reporter exists. So that all of this can be documented word for word. Thank you, Kelly, for your comments. I do appreciate that. Anybody else? Well, sounds great. I think everybody over there is kind of mixed up, but so we don't allow. So there's that. The only person that needs to pay me is Jennifer Drake and her billboard. I literally just got exculpatory evidence and inculpatory evidence. So I got exculpatory evidence for Dan Moore. I got inculpatory evidence for Eldora Gatchel. Okay. And Jen herself was right when she said it, that Eldora Gatchel, she came out in her interview and said that that Eldora Gatchel was in love with her husband. Okay. And that she was like, I mean, I don't know. Did Eldora's husband get so mad because Eldora was constantly bragging about her love for Brian that Eldora's husband just. So, and then Van Leuven's over here. Like, I have no idea why Caleb, what would be his motive to kill, Brian. And that's just like where Van Leuven, you're an idiot. How about Michael Cook? Why was Brian Drake getting phone calls from a local known meth dealer out of Sandpoint? Does anybody want to talk about that? 7:40 and 7:50 p.m. I mean, do you think that Dateline's not going to produce like this stuff? Dateline does their homework. If I was Dateline, I'd be hitting up Jill Bolton and I'd be asking her, well, clearly you must have come across some really interesting stuff in the discovery because you put all that stuff in the complaint. How about this, Dateline? Why was Jennifer Drake breaking into Brian's phone 48 hours before the murder by putting in 5 incorrect passwords? I mean, Jennifer, are you literally going to try to deny that? There is just no way you can deny that. It's his phone took a picture of you. You have a hat on and you look just like your son. Because at first I thought, oh my God, was that Brenner? And I was like, holy shit, no, that's Jennifer. What the, you know? Yeah, so it's just, the floorboards are calling, baby. If the court rules in favor of Dr. Moore, can he counter sue with new law? Wait, what? You mean for Dr. Drake, if they've ever, the Moore's defaulted. You'd have to ask them. I mean, how many fake accounts does Jennifer Drake have? We've already counted a couple of them. We found them. So I don't know. Let's see. I don't know what this means. Carla Ruppnicker. Ruppenicker. Carla. Hey, Carla. Carla Ruppnicker says, truth and transparency. I don't understand. What are you challenging? Why are you writing to me on the Boundary County Watchwoman's page? Oh, I think she was just sharing my YouTube video. I guess Carla Ruppnicker, which says truth and transparency. I don't understand. What are you challenging? Challenging? Come on, Carla. We all know who you are. Carla Ruppnicker. Just so you know, what's a really bad thing to ever do is when you use your troll account, fake account, and you like your family's pages and it leads back to like your family. It's just dead giveaways. Jen says, my husband did flooring in Dr. Moore's office years ago. Says he was a very nice man. He is a very nice man. I think that Jennifer and Dr. Moore, they really need to come together and sue the living pants off Idaho. Because unfortunately, Jennifer's not going to see a damn dollar. There's no money there. So so we'll see. But it will be interesting enough. It will be interesting enough for Dateline only. You have all the juicy details in. I just can't believe, what's Dateline gonna say? This is a really boring case unless you put in all the Jennifer Drake fucking and the Brian Drake lifestyle. Okay, Jennifer Drake and Brian Drake's lifestyle is the selling point of Dateline. Holy Roller Christians, that's gonna be the worst rated Dateline out there ever to date. But covert Catholic Christian or Christian that's enslaved to pornography and stuff like that, and doing like threesomes on the wife, and the wife realizes, oh my God, I've totally screwed over my God and became, a sinner for my man, and now I have all this resentment that I was sinning for my man.
How are you sinning for your man if you're a swimmer? People are swimmers all the time. How are you sinning for your man?
I know. Why are you breaking into to the phone if he doesn't have password?
I don't know. Do you want an egg in your ramen?
No, I don't. Thank you though. We needed some Tatiana up in here. I mean, what do you think's gonna sell? Well, the truth, Lana. Well, the truth is what's juicy. Now, the truth is juicy, but like the narrative that Jennifer wants to put out there, fucking shit's boring as hell, and it ain't the truth. It's just not. So, I mean, Brian Drake made pennies. Brian Drake lied to his wife about when he was working. So much so that when they got back from that July trip in 2019, they were supposed to go camping. He's telling her, hey, I have a full work schedule. Meanwhile, he cancels all of his appointments with all these people. And then he goes off somewhere with, that stack of money that generally thinks was worth $6,000. He got 10 though out of Craig Faint. And so he had $4,000 and he doesn't get to show up to go camping with his kids who hasn't seen in 10 days till like 10:30, 11 o'clock. And he said, oh God, I got lost driving after my long day. I mean, all of it's just lies. The text messages prove the lies. So I just think, like, unless we're really going to just talk about everybody that just lies in fucking Idaho, nobody kills somebody over a patience. Okay. That you can't even prove. Nobody commits suicide by a natural gas leak that's totally provable that there was so many things that were going on as to why that gas leak happened. It's just laughable. Like Nancy Johnson better be in this damn Dateline. Lacey Savage, Jennifer Smith, her boyfriend, like Brian telling people they have the nicest asses. Those people better be in the Dateline. Okay. Stephen Minert better be in the Dateline. Him going off to, like, I don't know, Kenya and putting green screens up, allegedly. Stephen Minert fleeing to Nashville right after the murder. Stephen Minert, who was never interviewed by police. Amber Van Ling better be in there, to talk about their drive up to Bonners and why they just turned around. Pastor John. I mean, who's going to be in this Dateline episode? Marty Ryan? Is Eldora Gatchel going to be in there because she's a star witness? Is Isaac Funderburg? Are you going to leave these people out? For me to see Dateline produce something that I know the ins and outs of in the whole entire case, it is going to be amazing to actually see that. It's kind of like what they did, like the stuff with Rachel Del Tondo and the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. Thank God Dateline didn't do it because I love Dateline, but 48 Hours did, and it's all fucking shit. It's so bad. 48 Hours it's one narrative. Dateline, they're awesome because they go and they give the other side an opportunity. They'll say, hey, we reached out to so-and-so. So reach out. I'm not going to have no comments. In fact, I'm going to sit down with you and show you the stuff and say, I thought I was helping a widow and her kids as well as somebody that I thought was wrongfully, like, oh my God, they railroaded this poor man. And they got this all wrong because of a false confession, because I believe in the Innocence Project and what it does, and that people, when police tactics are used, when someone's personality is a certain way, bad things can happen. And then not in the name of justice. So here, I know that I can stand by my work. I don't speak for people. I definitely don't speak for Dan Moore. I definitely don't speak for Karen Moore. I definitely don't speak for their friends, their family, but I do speak for myself and my work. And unless there is a ton of discovery that was never turned over, then the time of the crime with Brian Drake's case is not accurate at 7:26. And Eldora Gatchel lied, who was the last person to see him alive. And when that's a deadly combo, how investigators could possibly miss that. So I encourage Dateline to challenge the fuck out of the narrative. Because you're not just going to be able to tell Dateline, oh my God, I was online bullied by this online troll named Lana from Truth and Transparency. Because you're going to catch a lawsuit. The material speaks for itself. And in that trial, which we're going to do part 2, so you guys can hear what Jennifer said, because I don't even know what Jennifer said. I just know that she got her anniversary date wrong. She said she got married to Brian in September, and she's like, "Oh wait, I mean June." I don't know how you get that wrong. I'll tell Dateline that I worked my ass off to figure out everything to do with that white truck. And the reason I worked my ass off with that white truck, because that's what makes it a frame job. And I wanted to know who's behind the frame here, because Brian Drake was killed earlier. Okay. But then you're creating this frame job, and then you're making the phone call. And the one thing that was not accounted for was Isaac Funderburg, because you can never commit the perfect murder. Okay. Like Brian Drake, then when I found out that Brian Drake's phone was ringing back to back at 7:49 and 7:50 from Michael Cook, local known meth dealer. How do I know it? Well, because I went ahead and I called the number, made sure that it was still Michael Cook's. And I've attempted to interview every single person that I deemed relevant in this case. Eldora Gatchel wouldn't speak, but instead took a screenshot of my text messages to her and then accidentally sent them to me before I let her know that, hey, you accidentally sent me the screenshots that you meant to send to someone else. Make sure you go ahead and pass those along, which I do believe that she went ahead and did, right? And the best part about it is that Eldora Gatchel doing that, going and getting her phone records to see who she texted that information to, would basically seal up this case, if you ask me. And the last person that you want to have on the stand to testify to anything about this case, I won't lie for anybody in this case. But the last thing, Jennifer, is I can't be bought and paid for. I can promise you that. Because if that was the case, shit would be a hell of a lot different in my life. So it's going to be interesting. But Jennifer says a Dateline's coming in the Moore case. And I said, fuck, this case needs way more than one episode. I'll tell you that right now. This case needs a series, and it needs to expose what's going on in the churches. It needs to expose what's going on with this little kiddie porn shit. It needs to expose the drugs, and it needs to expose the corruption. This case is disgusting. This case is disgusting. And if anybody that actually went through the phone extractions in this case and truly went through them, Tax Max Fax Thunderclap. What a name. Love it. Caleb's dead. Eldora Gatchell's alive. Sonya's alive. How about Sonya? Jennifer Drake needs to listen to Sonya's interview. Sonya, Eldora Gatchell's niece, went hard for Jennifer Drake in an interview. Like, literally said, like, Jennifer Drake didn't act normal. Jennifer Drake was doing this, that, and the other. Like, y'all need to look into her. It was pretty fucking wild. And so that's why the only thing I told Jennifer, I was like, hey, we need to talk. Because I know for a fact Eldora Gatchell's involved. She was there, and her pilot left. Her niece was there. They had a different vehicle there as well. I literally provided all of this. Lana already made made that series. So proud of your work. Thank you, V. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Eldora that Dana fake interviewed and said doesn't drive now and got a fake report from Chuck. I mean, that's the good shit that Dateline needs to get into. Like, wow. So why the Moores? Do you know why the Moores didn't go forward? Like I said, I don't speak for the Moores, but I do know one thing, that their attorneys lied to them, and that's against the codes of ethics, and that could be grounds for disbarment. I mean, about a material witness, interviewing a material witness, like, that's just crazy. You know, it's one thing that you think that your lawyer fucking fluffs their bill or something, or that, but damn, to be lied about, a material witness in a murder case is hanging over your head. Damn. Barb says, I watched when Jennifer Drake spoke at the hearing. I was very bizarre to me. Now that I know TV cameras were there, it is obvious that she was performing for the Dateline cameras. It was sickening. Well, Barb, I want to play it. I've been just on this live for 4 hours. I want to give Jennifer Drake her spotlight a little bit. She was. I was just told that she that did the lawyers cross-examine Jennifer? Did they bring up all the lies in her depositions? They bring up all the lies in her interviews with the police department? Heather says the Moores need to make a bar complaint. Right? Not gonna lie, when Lana kept saying pilot, I literally thought that someone meant flu. That's funny. Jennifer Drake is just mad at you for uncovering secrets she's been hiding for the entirety of her marriage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's a master manipulator, man. But I will say this, like, Brian lied to her. Like, I caught him in what I would deem as, like, he canceled work, acted like he was working, then he shut off his location services and left his job in Bonners Ferry. And whatever he did, it was like he was off the map, kind of. And then he shows up at like 10:30 at night to do this camping in August, and lies about getting lost, that he went the wrong way around the lake at Priest Lake, wherever the hell they were. I mean, they were living literally, they were bouncing checks, they were living pay anywhere now, swipe to the next swipe. They were living way outside their means, and that's how you're supposed to make it look on paper. But I also know people that launder money, make it look like there's just I have no idea what the police did in this investigation to clear Jennifer Drake, because in any other investigation she would not be cleared. And that doesn't mean that she's involved, okay? It just means that sometimes you can't clear somebody because the evidence isn't there to clear them, because it's not there. And it's just like, well, how do I prove a negative? You can't prove a negative, right? But I've asked so many people that are involved in insurance, and it's unheard of to get within 3 weeks in an unsolved whodunit case, a whodunit case, as Detective Van Leuven testified to, a whodunit case for Jennifer Drake to get $1 million check in 3 weeks on a whodunit case. It's just, and so I think that Jennifer Drake should write a book about how to do that, because insurance companies don't pay out. Let's see. I thought about, people, like, I just played for you guys a clip here. Dana didn't do anything so far. I don't know if she does anything as far as I'm going to cross-examine somebody or whatever. But we, the people, need to look out for each other. So I think that people should know that these two lawyers represented the Moores, took $200,000 off of them, and to please go get the audio and see what $200,000 would get you in the courtroom after you default judge and then go to a damages hearing and let a lead detective testify to an ME's report, and then never cross-examine them about asking them about the ME. You're going to go back to, didn't you read off that the ME found that the trajectory was the opposite of what you said? So then Dr. Drake couldn't have been in the position that you said, right? I mean, I did the measurements. We laid this all out for them. If Drake was sitting on the stool, do you understand that he wouldn't have been hit where the fucking bullet penetrated? Like, I don't, it's that simple. So Drake wasn't sitting down he also had that damn thing in his ass pocket. He also has a shirt, a sweater that is all dirt in the back. How'd you get that? Why does Brian Drake had a sock in his boxers to bulge up his junk, okay? That was perfectly folded. It is taken out, and there's a picture of it taken in evidence. Then the sock disappears. So the picture is there in evidence, but where is the sock? Because I said you need to go get DNA testing on that, because I want to know, maybe there's another woman's whatever on there. Maybe there's another guy's whatever on there. But because it's almost like it was like somebody trying to embarrass him. It was very weird. I want to know if that was placed after he, was dead. It's a very strange. But that sock, there's pictures of it, but it was not listed in evidence under what was taken in. Excuse me, Your Honor. I would like to submit a YouTube video into evidence for my client. She would get a lot more book deals, etc., if she joined the Moors and uncovered the corruption of her husband's murder than trying to hide everything. Well, and kind of what I've leaned on now is that you know how many people when they see the work I'm doing and I'm fighting for like to figure out what's going on is that Jennifer would want someone like me on her team to say, here, you know, Jennifer had why hasn't Jennifer reached out to say, hey, like I don't know why you think that I killed him, but I didn't. And I'd be like, I don't know if I think that you killed him. I think that there's a lot of fuckerage right now, but I can definitely tell you I want to give you some information that I haven't even put out online. But I'm talking about in the beginning. And it was all super weird. Oh, let's see. Or call me up and say, fuck you, bitch. Why do you think I killed my man? Like, you know? But I just would think that if I didn't kill my husband and this person's digging through and they got all this, like, damn, I was like, okay, wow. And then when I would see, like, that bitch Aldora Gatchel did lie, I'd be calling up Van Leuven and saying, I told you something was wrong with that broad. And then Isaac Funderburg saw the damn dude, you know. I think that they were holding Brian hostage when I was talking to him. You know what I mean? And then it would then all what? Hold true that see the 717 phone call, I really was on the phone with him, but here Aldora was blah 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 blah. Like give me something that I could maybe wrap my head around. Dude, I've tried to figure out a way to fight for Jennifer Drake. I'm hoping now that this is over, that she feels like she can go out there and talk to the media. Let's see. I'm trying to find a review. I don't know. Anyways, what about Aldora's niece? Didn't she have relations with Brian too? Oh, no, I don't know if they had relations. Don't know what they had going on, but I just know that she was pretty and Brian's type. Shit, Nancy Johnson was text messaged by Brian saying, "Will you rub my balls?" Stephanie Butler wanted to ride it on to the wheels fell off. Okay, she would walk up and down the street right in front of Brian's office doing fucking Pilates and shit. I mean, just sick shit. And see, I also believe in like there's a lot of rumors out there too. Because I won't lie with you, man. I'm with Emily on this fact. Like Brian would have been like my buddy. Like if I would have ever met Brian, he'd been my chiropractor. Like I'd have been like, hey, oh, you stay up in Bonners Ferry a couple nights a week. Well, let's go out. We'll go watch on Thursday nights. We'll go catch the football games. You know what I mean? Like, Brian Drake would have been somebody that I would have kicked it with. Now I wouldn't have been going to no church every single night of the week, but I'd go on Sundays. So it just. Dan Moore's the wrong guy. Go Red Sox. I would think Jen would be trying to silence Santa. I don't know. Because individuals who have something to hide want nothing to do with the light. Keep saying the quiet part out loud. Trying. Harry says, if I were innocent and wanted the truth, I'd be all up on Atlanta's space for her help. Right? Now, but see, like, I wouldn't be coming around me if I was guilty, though, because I'd find it. Trust me, if you don't think that I told people like Sheldon Jeter Jr. and his family, or the Moores, I mean, anybody, if I find something, I'm not going to bury it for you. Like, I'm not going to let you think I'm going to let people get away with murder. You out of your fucking minds. If I found something that showed me, like, damn, wow, we found this video that we never knew existed, and holy shit, Dan Moore pulled the trigger and fucking shot Brian Drake. I can't believe it, but I found it. You think I'm going to bury that? No, not. That's my integrity. Like, that's. Mm-mm. And people that would think that I would do that, then they don't know me. Jen History Fuzz Admin. What is that? That's just an interesting name. Jen History Fuzz Admin. And that's why Jenny is against you. That right there. You don't miss anything, and she knows that. I just think that if somebody really, really wanted to do a really interesting extraction on Brian and Jennifer's phones, I did a crazy timeline because Jen at the time had all their phones synced up. And so, like, everything that was coming through, like, on, like, the calendar, it's very, very deep. I feel really bad for Brian. I feel really bad for the people that are friends with Brian. I know watching my stuff, people may not like how I am about it, but I always provide the receipts. And I know that I've gotten a lot of people to question what they've been told, like hearsay. That's one thing that's really made me mad about this, is that everybody knows Brian only from Jennifer's words about, like, something that would have happened, or somebody else. Like, Brian's not here. And so I think that the only thing that would truly speak for Brian is if you actually look at his phone. And yeah, like, Brian would admit, like, yeah, I don't believe that Brian was cheating on that August date that he told his wifey poo that he had to work late. But I could be wrong. He could have been cheating and doing other things. I mean, talk about bad luck for a guy that gets back surgery at the end of August of 2019. So he doesn't work, like, or maybe it was end of September, one of those 2 months. So I think, and then he didn't work until the middle of November. Then you're going through the holidays. But here you submitted your back surgery to the Christian people, and they're paying y'all $465 per person. All these, like, 50 or 60 people are paying you. And then the next thing you know, February, your leg is busted, and you tell everybody that you slipped and fell, and he knows that he didn't. And then 3 weeks after that, he's fucking murdered. And people, what bad luck. But think about it. The way that the state wants you to believe it is that somebody just shot through the window to scare him, okay? But that would be considered bad luck then. Wow, the poor bastard catches a fucking bullet through a window and it kills him almost instantly. And then 3 weeks before that, he slips and falls and, like, literally tears the shit. It fractures the living crap out of his foot to that it's, I mean, that's some pretty bad luck. Or it's something else. And then Van Leuven, I can only imagine what he would say if he was ever asked about. So, how did you determine that Brian slipped and fell? Did you see video camera of him slipping and falling? In fact, didn't you interview Wimmy, who owns the building, and he told you that he had surveillance cameras and they did not show Brian slipping and falling? He got a beatdown of epic proportions, says Silent G. You know, but you know what sucks about all this? We all know that this time, all this stuff's all whack, right? But can you imagine if you got picked up for this murder case and this is the evidence against you, and these are the people that are either representing you, because Dana and Matt are like, Dana's a freaking public defender. She's defending criminals who were like accused of crimes, right? And this is the type of representation that you're going to get. I think Matt does both. But and here there'd be a jury out there that could actually find you guilty of murder. Like, if this is what's getting people convicted of murder in our country, it's like, no, that's because he confessed. Oh, God, Jesus. Confessed to what? His confession doesn't match the fucking crime scene. It doesn't match anything. See, my cocky ass is like, fine, leave the fucking confession in there. Because when you actually get the experts up there to talk about the dimensions and the penetrating wound and where his body was located, not gonna add up. So now we're just gonna ignore math too and science. We're gonna ignore the fact that you know how many dudes probably wanted him because you're doing whatever with the wives. I mean, you're just, and then this is what they come up with. And I don't think that the cops are this inept, so that's what leads me to believe that there could be a cop involved. Because you're not protecting Jen or these other imbeciles, you're protecting your own. People are being protected by default, you guys. That's what it seems to be. Seems to me. We don't want to talk about it. Everybody in my other live's pissed that I'm not over there. Anyways, stay away from getting beat down. Sherry D, thank you so much. Moon, Sherry D, Liz, thank you guys for paying me to be your online troll. T-Train, Leah, Liz, don't be hating. Troll, I haven't heard that word in a long time. Definitely nobody's online troll, but thank you for the thank you for the nod in the case. Thank you, Jen. Peace out, everybody. You guys have a good night. So I'm just gonna make it so that I'll give Brian Kohlberger the right to my Sunday night platform. Even though maybe I'll go live back at 10:30. I don't know. I gotta rest my voice. We don't do trolls. Dr. Moore is the kindest, most honest guy you could ever meet. I was also a patient for many years. He is 100% innocent. I truly, it's so obvious. I just couldn't imagine, just paying almost $1 million for legal defense in the criminal case, and then again in this crap. I mean, this should have stayed at a stay. It should have never gotten out because the criminal case has not been adjudicated. And that to me falls on Jill Bolton. And then it falls on Dana and Matt for not trying to, get that by some type of motion. Making Dan and Karen file, I don't know, ineffective assistance of counsel, something like that. You got to make some type of a move on that, but Buchanan gave this a stay and it wasn't going anywhere. And why, Jill Bolton, I think she should have answered this. Why would you ever recommend for your client to doing no objection to lifting the stay. And I think that if there's evidence that Jill Bolton is holding back that, is just so fucking surefire. And then you got, if it's there, I mean, I hope to God he'd give it to the Moores. I had to. Exactly, and it's not hard to do it at all. It's just so sad. It's so sad because how it looks on paper, and I don't want to believe this, but how it looks on paper, which I think would be easy to prove, is that these lawyers, Dana, Matt, Joe Bolton, at different times, you guys were making decisions that were actually for the sole purpose of the financial gain of the attorney. And that's against, again, the codes, the ethical code that you take in the oath. And because how any lawyer, reasonable lawyer, would advise you to lift this stay by doing a no objection, that's never going to pass. Like, no attorney's going to be like, everyone's gonna be like, what are you doing? I don't even care if you think that you could win this. Like, we're not doing it. Why would you ever risk that? You would never. Like, especially like knowing what there's no, people aren't being, it's not like, it's just, you don't, and it should show everybody that it wouldn't be like them. That would be like a really stupid and greedy move, okay? If you're the Moores. Right? But then if that's the case, then why would they ever have defaulted? No attorney out there would ever advise you to lift that stay. Because it was, the only reason it got lifted, you guys, is it wasn't because the Moores objected and then they went to the motion hearing and then Jennifer won or something to be able to lift the stay. No. The Moores attorney, Jill Bolton, entered a motion and said to Jennifer's motion, we have no objection to lifting the stay. And it's like, when I read through the docket and I said, Karen and Dan, Mr. and Mrs. Moore, I just have a question here. What is a no objection to the stay being lifted? Is this you guys? Like, I was just like, I thought I was dreaming. I was like, what is this? I was like, let me go back and take a look at this. And that's when I like really dissected the record. And I was like, okay, wait a second. So you guys motioned during the criminal proceeding and you were granted the stay, just like how Karen Reed was. And then after it gets tossed and all that, so there's no criminal case because it gets tossed because of the Miranda violation and blah, blah, blah. Then there was no probable cause that existed. And then next thing you know, Jennifer Drake's wanting to move to lift the stay. So once that happened, why it said it in the record, it said that Barbara Buchanan said that this will not be adjudicated until we will not be going forward or lifting the stay until the criminal case is adjudicated fully and completely, fully and completely. And she cited, and she put in the case number, which is like, even if the case had a different defendant and went to trial with a different defendant, until that case, if it remained unsolved, like nothing, this was never going anywhere. But then Jennifer Drake and her attorneys file a motion to lift the civil proceeding stay. And Jill Bolton responded with a response that said, we have no objection to the stay being lifted. And right there, that's ineffective assistance of counsel, which is just, I mean, because then you can also count from that point, from that moment forward, in 2022 going into 2023, how much money was spent defending this civil suit? And I think if you calculated, I think all the money, I think it's close to $1 million. So who spends $1 million just to default? Ask yourselves that. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Sweet dreams, Jennifer.